All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody.
What is happening?
Nice little Thursday morning. Thanks for being with us. Good morning, everybody. Hope your drive's going well. Your morning's going well.
Got to get off to a good start on a Thursday. We're almost there, man. It's almost Friday.
Yeah.
There's no time now for a bad day. It's only good days here on out.
Do you ever get close to the weekend and maybe you don't have something super pressing or scheduled and you start to feel the pressure of what to do for the weekend because you don't have anything scheduled?
We got to get something on. Nothing's on the calendar. Let's get something on the calendar. Why do we have an open day on a Saturday? What are we doing here?
Well, we had something a couple days ago. We were supposed to go up to the forest and the lake in the mountain. And then we looked at the weather, and on Saturday it's going to be 60 degrees, raining.
You're not going to do that one?
Sounds awful.
Wiping that one off the list?
No,
nope.
Scratch it off. I'm not doing that.
You don't want to go outside in the rain and the cold at the mountain at 60 degrees?
Not remotely
Come
interested,
on, man,
no.
on a Saturday?
No.
I feel like this is more of a older kid parent problem. Like, how many weeks left do you have of summer before school starts?
Probably about 6.
6 more weeks? Really, that many?
Well, I mean, they don't go back till...
When is the first week of school?
Well,
After
what's
Labor Day, right?
After Labor Day.
After Labor Day?
Tuesday after Labor Day.
So you got about a little over a month to go.
5 weekends left.
Are you feeling the crunch of the last month of summer? You got to jam some stuff in there over the last 4 weeks. If I see an open day on the calendar for a weekend, I welcome it with open arms.
Yeah, we have 6 weekends left.
6 weekends left,
yeah.
man. You got to the countdown has begun. You get your school supplies
But see,
yet?
it's not a well, no, that's not really a thing anymore. It's not a pressure of like the summer's ending for the kids. This is about me.
Oh, it's about you capitalizing. You want to do something.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I
There's
don't have
an
that feeling
empty
at all.
spot on the calendar.
Yeah. You want to fill it?
I don't know if I want to fill it. I like being non-committal, but then sometimes I'll have a no Saturday plan.
Sure.
And it's 2:30 in the afternoon. My Saturday's almost half gone. I've done nothing.
You got nothing accomplished.
I
love a good nothing accomplished Saturday. Those are delightful. Based on my weekend last weekend, I had an open calendar and we did not fill it with literally anything.
I'm not mad at the open calendar. It's more like it's Thursday. I'm a couple days away from this, and I have no idea what I'm going to do.
What you're going to do?
It's too late to book a golf tee time.
Probably too late.
Everybody's booking those.
Unless you're willing to play super early or super late, probably jam-packed in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, so maybe I do like a late twilight Saturday golf thing, and that's kind of what I have to look forward to outside of whatever else we end up doing.
Not a bad way to fill your hole right there. I haven't played a round of golf since Father's Day, man.
Oh, really?
I think Father's Day was my last round of golf, yeah.
You haven't played one this summer?
No, I don't think I played a single round of golf. I can check my gin, see my posted scores. I don't believe I played a round of golf in the month of July. I don't think I got one in.
Boy,
the
that's
summer of
sad.
dirt has failed miserably,
Yeah,
dude.
somebody asked me the other day.
Failed miserably.
I think it was my last round. How you've been playing? And I was like, I think he's playing pretty well. I think he's playing more often now.
My last posted round was at Eastmoreland on June 21st. I shot an 82. That was my last posted round.
That's over a month ago.
Yeah, you're telling me, brother. You're telling me. Now that you bring that up, I did look at this weekend as a decent potential weekend of golf. We have there's a street fair thing on Saturday that the wife wants to go to in Selwood. They're closing down one of the streets. They set up tents. Yeah. It's like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
I went to that last week, the Montevilla Street Fair.
Got to go to a street fair.
Yeah.
So we got the street fair on the books. Other than that, we got an open card.
The street fair, I have mixed reactions on street fairs.
I do too.
So it was my idea to go to the Montevilla one.
Okay, you want to go check it out?
And I knew they were going to cut off a huge portion of Stark.
Yes.
Got there, parking was an utter disaster.
Yeah.
Neighborhoods were built in Portland in a way that they're like, nobody will ever live here.
You know what? They're just side streets. They're all narrow. You're trying to find a place. It's jam-packed because there's nowhere else to park.
You're parking a half mile away at minimum.
Yep. Now you're walking 15
So
minutes.
that's fine, whatever. I knew parking would suck. We get to the street fair. I walk up, and you know what the first tent I see is? And this is a little bit of my problem. You go to a street fair, what are you prepared for? You're prepared for homemade soaps and candles.
Have to have homemade soaps, jewelry, homemade jewelry.
Homemade jewelry.
Homemade jewelry's got to be there.
Tie-dye.
T-shirts, tie-dye.
Tie-dye. Some kind of woodworking. Usually somebody's got a cutting board or something, a tray of some kind.
Absolutely. You're going to have now 3D printed toys that sucks all the kids into the tent, and parents spend $20 on toys that are going to break.
Yep.
And then you've got your random mix of a food, maybe a fresh squeezed lemonade.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We had
somebody serving coffee somewhere probably if it's early in the day.
Derby Adult League or something. I was like, okay.
All right.
The first tent I saw,
Yeah.
a bank.
A bank.
And look, I get it. Like,
What are we selling? Are they selling checking accounts? You want to open up a checking
Was
account?
there like a mobile ATM?
no, it was like a bank, like a
Oh.
actual brick and mortar bank with a tent there, and they.
Yeah.
I
Can
just think, like, what are we doing here? You know, I
I
didn't come here to check out a bank tent.
agree completely with the take here. I'm 100% on board with the take. There should not be infomercial tents at a street fair.
Yes, and I feel like they're starting to pop up a little bit too much.
If you have a business in the neighborhood, you're allowed to open up a tent, and then do you want to come talk about savings accounts? And it's like, no, I don't want to talk about savings accounts. I appreciate the hustle and the free advertising you're getting out of this.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not interested in opening an account with your bank. I'd like the opportunity to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables. That would be nice.
It's great.
I'll take that over it.
Great.
I'd like more live food options, right? Like actual go get like a churro or something. Give me that over, a local bank with a checking account. I'm
Yeah.
going to get more use out of that on a Saturday. I'm with you 100%. They should not be allowed at the street fair.
Well,
You should be selling a good or service that I could buy right there in person.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
a handicrafty thing. Like, that's the whole point of a street fair.
they also had their regular Saturday market that Montevilla has. It's in a rock parking lot, but and it's right off of Stark.
So you have both going on at the same time?
And they're right next to each other. So I just thought, does this help or hurt the Montevilla Saturday market crew
Right.
who are there every week?
Right.
But now you've got this whole street of, festivities going on. Live music was happening.
Right.
All these businesses, like, all the local businesses on the drag had
Right.
some tent out.
They're all out there.
And I just thought, are the Saturday market people happy about this? Are they actually not like a big street fair? Because now you've diverted some of their customer
You're
base.
sucking our attention away.
Maybe I don't buy the local cabbage grown in your backyard off Foster.
Right.
Maybe I instead
I'm opening
buy
a-
the Indian taco from the Native American
Ooh,
food stand.
now I'm going to go open a bank account at Chase. That's what I'm going to do at your street fair. How about that? I've been looking for a new bank. Look at that. They were right there waiting for me with open arms, man.
There was that in real estate, and I just thought, really?
I chuckle
What are we
every
doing?
time, too, when I walk through those, and I will do this again on Saturday because I know those tents will exist, and I love looking at the people who are there on a Saturday for a long day and just thinking to myself, none of them want to be here right now. That was like a raffle thing at work that week of like, all right, guys, all right, hold on.
working extra.
We got a street fair on Saturday. We're going to need a 10 to 2 crew and a 2 to 6 crew. Who wants to take the first shift? And nobody's offering for that unless you were already working and now maybe you get to hang out outside for the day. But if you weren't scheduled, I always think that of like, you poor bastard. You got to sit in this tent for 7 hours.
Well, banks are open on Saturday, but it's
They
like
are.
limited hours, right?
It's shorter. They usually close a little bit earlier, open a little bit later, close a little bit earlier.
It was pretty hot, I will say, but also, would you rather have the one-off experience of not having to be in the building where you work
just
and
standing
go out
outside, yeah.
to the street fair to experience the human element?
I think I'd rather be in the building in a shorter shift.
rather go back?
I think I'd rather just be sitting
Yeah.
back there. There's probably not a lot of activity, right? You're just kind of hanging out behind the kiosk or the desk. You're not
Yeah.
doing a ton. You're standing back there. Now you're out there. You got to talk to people. It's the whole thing.
Every tent I walk by that has nobody in it, and it looks like they don't get many people, and mentally I walk by and I go, oh.
Oh, poor people.
You're
They usually have some giveaway that nobody wants to. Like, hey, you want this little squeeze plush ball? You want one of these? Do you need a beer koozie? Would you like a bank beer koozie? No, I'm okay. I'm never going to use that thing at home. I'm all right. Now that we're on this, can I ask a question as well?
Because you're going to do what I did. You're going to walk this street
Oh,
fair
yeah.
maybe twice.
It's a disaster with a 2-year-old,
You'll
too.
buy not very many things, but you'll buy
Right.
something that you don't really want to buy.
Right.
And then you'll leave and you go, I still think I like street fairs, but I have not enjoyed my last couple street fairs.
The aesthetic of closing down, like they're doing it down 13th and Selwood, which is a main drag. And so it's like the aesthetic of closing, it's kind of fun. Like, hey, we're walking in the middle of the street.
Oh, I
It's
love
just like,
that.
hey,
Yeah.
freedom. That's kind of fun. But
Yeah.
every time I leave, I'm like, that was kind of a waste of time. But we did it because it was in the neighborhood and we could walk up. 2-year-old Teddy's just going to go crazy too. He just runs around. He doesn't stop.
Yep.
Now he's going behind tents. Now he's working at this one. Like, all right, now I got to get him on a leash. This is ridiculous. Can I ask a question about soliciting things? What is the hit rate of a Jehovah's Witness door knocker? What's the percentage of conversion there? And is the juice worth the squeeze? Because I've had 2 in the last 3 weeks. And I saw them coming from the other side of the street last week. They stick out like a sore thumb. They're all dressed nicely on a Saturday. I'm out watering in a cutoff T-shirt. I see them across the street going door to door knocking.
You need to change your
And
view
I
on that.
immediately turned my water off and walked inside
No.
and closed the curtains. Just so they ended up
You
putting
need
something
to
on
go
my door.
get
but
a
I'm like,
beer.
no.
You need to go get a beer.
Crack it right in
Pop
front of them.
one right there.
What are you guys selling, huh? Good morning.
Put your devil horns
Can I
on.
get you one?
You guys want an IPA from the fridge? You need one right here? Yeah.
You
guys
need
want
to
a gummy
flip it
for your
around
walk?
on them.
What's going on here?
I think the hit
What's
rate.
the hit rate? It's got to be less than 1%, right?
It's got to be.
Tell them you got a birthday party to go to later.
Swag, look this up. I think the hit rate, conversion rate, whatever you want to call it, for a Jehovah's Witness door to door, I think it is whatever he finds when he searches Mitchell Robinson 3-point percentage.
Ooh, what's higher? Mitchell Robinson.
No, I think it's exactly
That's
what
exactly
their hit
the
rate
number
is.
Well, I just the
Robinson.
bank like tent thing got me thinking of like who's walking around at a street fair like, oh yeah, let's open up a savings account.
Oh, I want to go to this bank.
Oh, I
tent.
never thought about opening up a checking
Mitchell
account with you.
Robinson's career 3-point percentage is 0. He's never made
He's
a 3
never made a 3.
in the NBA.
I mean, has anybody ever had somebody knock on the door and thought, you know what, that's a great idea. I'm going to join your religion.
I noticed
I've
this.
been sitting around my neighborhood
Clearly
thinking
it
about
works
religion.
because there's people in those churches
But
on the
that's-
weekend.
I think that's a fan. I think it's a fast down thing. You know what I mean?
It had to start somewhere.
No offense, you do you, boo, but
Yeah, I did.
there are
An
some
old
out-
white guy somewhere just randomly started it with a bunch of other people, and
I got an idea. How
yeah.
about no presents for Christmas?
How about we don't celebrate your birthday?
No, Dad, no! No!
You know what's funny is we were driving last weekend and running errands, and we were over in a section of town, kind of near Clackamas in Portland, and we were at a red light off Foster, and there was a guy with a Jesus sign, and he didn't have like a megaphone.
Sure.
And I would say he was probably in his...
Was he a peaceful Jesus guy? He's not yelling at
No,
you
he's
about
just
burning in hell?
young 20 to old 20. It's
Okay.
like he's a 20-year-old looking guy, right?
Yeah.
So he's got a buzzed head, regular T-shirt and shorts, and all he has a sign of it just says Jesus.
Yeah.
And I always look, and then right that comes out of nowhere is this guy walking. He's got a skateboard in his hand. He looks like a young cat too. He might be in his 17 to 23-year-old range, right?
Right.
He starts talking to the guy. The guy turns. They start communicating. And I just thinking to myself, like, this never works.
No.
And then, as I'm thinking this, the guy with the Jesus sign pulls out a card,
Oh, here you go.
hands it to the young guy.
What do you need?
He looks at it, and he starts nodding his head. And
He
I went,
converted one? He got one on the
this is
team?
the first conversion or person to maybe say they'll show up to the church on a corner God
Yeah.
confessional, whatever you want to call those
Sure.
speeches or whatever.
Sure.
I'd never seen it before. Usually I'm like 99% seeing them avoided.
Right.
And I see a
Head
young
down,
guy.
you just keep walking. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Yeah, I was blown away. I was like, it I guess it does. There's people that do come up.
Here's what I'll say. If you set up shop and you're just, chatting with people as they walk by, I'm okay with that. That's okay. You're in a public space. You want to do whatever you want to do in a public space. That's all right. I think we need a national ban on door-to-door anything. Whether you're
Well,
trying
how
to...
is the religion thing not count as soliciting
Like-
if you have a no soliciting
Like somebody
sign?
said, they're not trying to convert you. They're just sharing something positive from the Bible. And I know that because I've once answered the door for a Jehovah's Witness, and it was a mom who brought her like 4-year-old daughter. And I opened the door, and all of a sudden I'm like, well, now I feel this is weird. And then she asked, do you want my daughter to read you a Bible verse? And I think I was peer pressured into, I said, sure. And I literally stood there for like 3 minutes, and she read me a verse.
Sure.
I mean, I felt bad. It's a little girl knocking on my door, trying to grind out there for the witnesses. And I said, sure, go ahead. And she read me a verse from the Bible. And I said, okay, is that it? And they said, yep. And so I know that's part of it. But why is that allowable? Can I go knock on your door and spread the word of Oregon football?
Probably.
Hey, you got some time today? I'd love to talk to you about Oregon's too deep on the defensive line. Have you seen the highlights of Nasir Wyatt in the Peach Bowl last year? Look, I know it was a bad game, but that forced fumble that he had nearly changed the momentum in the second quarter. I think he's in for a really big year, too.
Sir, don't be a doubter and a non-believer in Lanning just because it didn't
Just
show
because
itself last year.
he has not won a championship yet does not mean that he will not reappear with a championship at some
Ye
point.
with little faith will not be invited to our parade when we host that natty up
Like, dude,
next year.
this is not just a Jehovah's Witness thing. It's we are a pest control. It's a, hey, you looking for new internet?
We
No,
get
I'm not
Windows
looking
and,
for new internet.
We got
Solar.
that. Then you got the Mormon kids on the bikes riding around.
They knock on the door too. We should ban this. You should not be able to knock on my door on a Saturday. I'm in my house enjoying my peaceful time. Half the time the dog barks. Sometimes the kid's napping and now the kid's awake. Now I'm just pissed off and I will hate whatever entity did that to my front door.
It is one of the nice things about being in a condo, and we're like deep into the condo. We're not out
They don't go
front.
into your place.
No.
But ironically, that's like shooting fish in a barrel. You can knock on how many doors in a short amount of time in a condo complex? You don't got to walk house to house.
No,
We're all right there.
You get discovered pretty quick. There's phone calls. There's people coming to you.
Right. This is one of the main benefits of Ring cameras. Ring cameras will probably bring us all down because they're like the original flock camera. But the idea of being able to be like, nope, not answering that one.
I mean, how many people are just knocking randomly on your door anyway?
Not very often.
You have a peephole?
I do not have a peephole, no. No peephole on the front door. The Ring camera is my peephole.
Yeah.
You just open you hear something.
That's tough.
You open the app.
Hey, does your mom randomly pop in?
Occasional pop in. My dad brought some corn down the other day.
Didn't even tell you he was coming over? Just
I knew he was coming to drop it off, but I didn't know what time he was coming.
But if you knew he was coming, you at least know what a knock is.
Yeah.
If you don't have a lot of pop-ins, you know what a knock is.
He also is smart enough now knowing if I'm showing up around nap time, like, don't make a ruckus. And I think I was watching TV on the couch, and I just saw his head. We got a little glass window at the top of the front door. I'm like, oh, hey, he's here. I just saw the top of his head.
Yeah. I mean, the pressure of, like, talking to people who are selling you on something, whether it's a business or it's a religion, it's tough. You know, I was at the mall yesterday, ran some errands, and I made a mistake of wearing Jordans. Don't wear Jordans at a mall.
Not a good idea?
No, because you'll walk down the mall like a normal human being.
Yes, wearing Jordans.
And a kiosk in the middle will be a young guy in all Nike and Jordan gear going, hey, yo, man, those shoes look busted. You want to sit down for a minute? I'll show you how to make them better. No, man, I'm good.
No, yeah, the kiosk at the mall is this, too. The kiosk at the mall needs to get eliminated.
Well, it's funny because I've worn...
They just haggle you walking down.
I've worn running shoes, and I've walked right past them. Not peep.
Nothing.
You wear any level of a Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, man.
Hey!
Those look a little scuffed. I'm good.
I'm all right, man.
I'm 40.
I'm okay.
I live in the burbs.
I've had these for 15 years.
I don't care about this anymore. I'm out of the game, young man.
I'm trying to go to Forever 21 and buy a nice T-shirt, all right?
I'm wearing these shoes till they die.
I went and watched Jordan play while wearing these.
The kiosk in the mall is a great pull because they do the exact same thing.
They kind of do.
They are absolute terrorists of the walkway of the mall, and they need to get out.
The only difference
You
is
don't even have a real storefront. You're just standing in the area everybody's walking in.
But you're in their territory as opposed to them coming to your door.
That is fair.
That is different.
That is fair. But I'd like to walk through the mall in peace without getting haggled every 17 feet about buying something.
Swag, what's Mitchell Robinson's free throw percentage?
Let's go back to see
we can't do 0-0.
No.
He's never taken a three in an NBA game.
Not even one, yeah.
Well, I guess they've eliminated the
They've
heave as a
eliminated
count.
that the last year or two.
Okay.
All right, let me pull Mitchell
Because we were
back
doing
up.
Hack-a Mitchell Robinson in the finals.
They were sending
Actually, all
free throws.
playoffs. Is he 20?
Free throws. Regular season career, 50.8%, but he was 40.8 last year.
40.8. I'm going to use that, okay?
40.8%.
What has a higher percentage
It's
of
gotta be
conversion
Mitchell Robinson,
rate?
dude.
Mitchell Robinson free throw line
Has
or
to be.
religion door-to-door?
Has to be Mitchell Robinson.
Okay.
I just think if you're seeking religion, you're going to go find it.
That's kind of how I feel, but
Like-
there are some people, I guess, occasionally it's like they want to be talked to.
According to the guy you saw on the street the other day, he got one.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
He
more
might
than
actually
I've
got
ever
one.
seen converted. Yeah. Also good, if you're a Jesus guy on the corner, don't be the bullhorn yell guy.
Nah.
Don't be everybody's going to hell guy.
No.
There was
Let's
one
be
of
a
those,
positive Jesus preacher
Dude,
here.
there was
huh?
one of those outside of Disney a few years when we went, like, at the entrance.
Screaming.
At 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And
Every
like,
Oregon football game you ever go to, outside of the main entrance in
forgive
Autzen,
you for your
there's
sins.
a guy there with a speaker that's bigger than him walking around telling
just
you how
read
you're
him
going to
this
burn in
press
eternity.
release from the NFL. Jameson's is now the official spirit sponsor of the National Football League.
There you go.
Here we go.
Talk about a sin.
That's my religion on Sunday.
It's a good religion on Sunday. Somebody said they're just created the greatest fantasy football punishment. That's actually pretty solid.
A door-to-door.
You have to go door to door through, I don't know what neighborhood you would choose. And I don't know if you just tell them about it. Do you have a moment to talk about how bad I am at fantasy football? Can I tell you? I didn't pick up anybody on the waiver wire for a month. What was I thinking? That's actually a pretty good idea.
Do you believe in a trade deadline, sir? Let me talk to you about it.
Do you believe in PPR leagues or traditional scoring?
Yeah, dude. Point per catch. Your running back get hurt the second week of the season that you took with the second overall pick? Me too, and I finished in last place because of it.
All right, well, we'll post some poll questions up from our conversation. Good morning. Happy Thursday. It is a loaded show. We have Big Ten Media Day to react to. Dan Lanning spoke yesterday. We got some Blazer news. Got a lot of NFL stuff today. It's going to be fun, and it's a Magic Hat Thursday. Dirt and Sprague, buckle up. Let's get it going. 105.1 The Fan.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Big Ten Football Media Days wrapping up in Chicago today. Kyle Whittingham now at Michigan, Jed Fish from Washington, and national champion Kurt Cignetti of Indiana all scheduled to speak to the media. Coverage on the Big Ten Network starts at 9:30 this morning. Injuries already stacking up just days into NFL training camps. The most serious could be in Cincinnati. 2025 first-round pick defensive end Shamir Stewart carted off the practice field with a left leg injury, later seen on crutches with a protective brace on that leg. The Portland Timbers announcing the signing of Dutch forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer. He spent the last 4 seasons with Royal Antwerp FC. Timbers host the Seattle Sounders Saturday night at Providence Park. Final major of the year on the LPGA Tour, the AIG Women's Open Round 1 from Royal Witham. Haeron Yu of Korea looking for a 3rd straight major victory. She is in the clubhouse at 5 under, 1 shot ahead of Yelimi No. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Back in 626, 105.1 The Fan. Dirt and Sprague, good morning. Hello. 2 poll questions are up from our leading segment.
Our opening rants of the day.
What has a higher percentage of conversion rate, Mitchell Robinson free throw percentage or door-to-door religion? Right now, Mitchell Robinson is winning that.
Gotta be it. Gotta be the answer.
And the second poll question, just literally posted it. Should banks have vendor tents at your local street fair? Yes or no?
It's a hard no for me, Bob.
Get out of here.
Hard no for me. I did enjoy a couple thoughts. Somebody said, is there anything worse than having the no soliciting sign on your door and people still knock on your door? You should be able to be you should arrest somebody for that.
Well, I've given this advice if people haven't heard it before, and I think many have. We do have that up.
You have the sign up?
We still get knocks from window companies and solar panel companies and ant pest control companies.
You got a lot of ants right now? Everybody's got a lot of ants right now.
The quickest way out of those, if you are inclined to answer the door and not just ignore it every time.
Or accidentally, you're not paying attention, you just happen to open it, and damn it.
You said, hey, thanks, man, but I'm a renter. They will walk away and barely say goodbye to you because they've realized you have zero control or say in the situation.
That's a great idea.
And they're not talking to the person making the financial decision, so peace out, see you later, want nothing to do with you.
It's a different version of mom and dad aren't home right now. Sorry, nothing I can do for you, man.
Exactly what it is.
Let me call my mom. I'll get back to you in a couple of days. Somebody said we own a camper van, and there's always people knocking on our door to see if we want to sell it. There's not even a for sale sign anywhere. That's just egregious behavior.
People just asking
Ridiculous.
to buy your camper
knocking
van?
On your door like, hey, I see you got a camper in the driveway. You ever thinking about selling that thing? No, I'm not actually. My dad had an old Toyota pickup truck way back in the day.
Yeah.
And it was like one of those cool, I wish he would have held on to that a little bit longer, like 1984 2-door red Toyota pickup truck. People used to leave, I would be willing to say once a month, he would get a letter underneath his windshield wiper with somebody offering to buy the truck. Because people would just be walking in the neighborhood.
That's a little different than
totally
door-to-door talking.
That's the way you do it. Like if you slip something, he'd get into the truck and do, hey, we're going to go take a load of the dump or whatever. Like, oh, look at that. There's a little note right here. Let's open it up. And it'd be somebody with a phone number saying, if you're ever going to sell this truck, can you please sell it to me? That's okay because you're not bothering my time. I can rip that up and throw it away or hold on to it if I ever decide to drive the truck.
I had a brief, very quick moment of my life where I didn't really know where I was going in my life, and I didn't do college right away. I moved to Tacoma to be closer to family I didn't grow up with, and I was working at a pretty decent job, but I hated it. So I quit, and I was pretty certain I was going to go to Oregon State, but I had this weird, couple months. I tried the Kirby vacuum.
You did the door-to-door thing?
I literally did it for 45 minutes, and then I quit.
I can't do this, dude.
I went to a thing. I had to watch a speech or a video.
Right.
I had to listen to somebody tell me the approach you should take when you knock on a door. Right. And then they gave me the district or the area I had to go to, and I think I got 2 doors in, and I went, I hate this.
This is ridiculous.
And I just left.
The closest, there was almost a guy who got me months ago. Right after we moved into the house, I had a chaotic day, And I remember somebody knocked, and I was like, I didn't know if it was a neighbor. I'm like, what's going on here? And I go and open the door, and it's a guy selling some pest control something or whatever. The dog pokes his head out the door, so now I'm like trying to bring the dog back inside. So now I'm just standing on the porch, and he starts talking to me, and I'm in my mind, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to go back inside. I have a Navy football cutoff T-shirt that's got holes in it that I've had for years, and he dropped a, "Did you play football at Navy?" And for a brief moment, I was like, well, no, but thanks for asking. Yeah. And then I was like, wait a minute. He's just buttering me up to try and get my business. No, damn it. Here we go. I'm going back inside. How dare you? Try and appeal to my vanity. What's the matter with you?
And you look like you work out. You spelled. Thanks, dude.
For like 5 seconds, I'm like, well, no, but I probably could have. And then I was like, damn it. His line totally worked on me. Don't do it. Don't fall for the bait.
That reminds me of a take I heard yesterday. What you take? It's this Instagram video story. The guy always asks some random person. It's usually a comedian. He goes, "What you take?" He goes, "I think men work out for other men, not women." And the guy goes, "Disagree, dude. I'm trying to be in good shape." He goes, "Yeah, but you really want your bro to go, dude, your pecs
look good over there, dog.
Looking good."
Have you looked at your calves lately, man?
Bro, those arms are getting kind of big.
This goes back to a bit we did years ago where men need to comment on Instagram posts like women do. Slay queen.
Oh,
we need that. We need a little bro on bro love out there.
So
hell yeah, dog. Trap's looking solid.
It's really funny you say that. I do that to my friends.
Do you post like that?
When they post photos, I will do like the nails emoji with the paint.
Girl.
Slay queen.
Look at you out there. Oh, look at you TCBing out there, man. Dominating.
Oh,
keep killing it, brother.
All right, let's get serious.
Oh, okay. What do we got today?
I think we need to get serious. So I'm looking behind me. I can't really see it.
No. Oh, yeah.
All right. Days since bad news. It says 1, but I think it starts over.
Patrick Harris was not here yesterday, too. And he's the guy who does the board.
Nothing happened really yesterday till late.
No. There was no... Yeah.
Because we didn't get the Orem story until late afternoon, early evening.
Also a bit of a combo platter of some good and some bad in there. They're showing up at least.
Okay, you took good.
I mean, Dwayne Hankins going to the meeting to me was good news because as of 3 days ago, they're not going to be there.
Right.
And now the president of the team is going to be there. Will anything happen? Probably not. But the president being there was a bit of good news for me.
So what did you make of the Oregonian piece of Tom Dundon and trying to remove this first-class stipulation before they start having negotiations? Orem and the Oregonian did a report on it. You can go find it.
Yep.
It is. It's Bill Orem and...
There's another gal that's reporting on this. I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Why is she not on the byline?
Yeah, she should be. Her stuff is at the bottom.
Yeah, I saw him shout her out. But anyways, going through it, there is a clause the Blazers have had since 1995, and it's called the first-class standard provision.
Yes.
So basically, the Blazers, since 95, have agreed to keep in good faith the Moda Center up to date-ish. Keep it first class.
It's a first class arena.
Because
now, what's the definition of that? Your guess is as good as mine.
There was a legislator that was threatening to sue
Steve Novick
because it wasn't first class. But then also he was saying they shouldn't fund the building as a city because
it's just so stupid.
It's very weird. Anyways, Dundon is now, according to the Oregonian, pissed off. Now there is it feels a little. I don't know if you took this away. And this is where Bill, for some people, gets in a little bit of like hot takey.
Yeah.
It feels like he is suggesting that because Dundon wants this provision removed before they sit down to negotiate,
that he's going to move the team.
That he's going to move the team. Now, we have gone through the list. St. Louis does not seem viable. Kansas City, get it out of here. We've gone through the cities.
Yeah.
I don't believe they're leaving. But it kind of comes off like he is suggesting that is part of the MO of Dundon to remove the first-class provision clause.
I think this entire thing shows how dumb the city has been and how Tom Dundon's behavior is going to hurt him in this moment. And by that, I mean, you have to have some sort of viable backup plan just in case, right? Break glass in case of emergency. That's what this is for the city.
Lisa Gary, by the way.
Yes.
Lisa Gary.
She's doing great reporting on this, and it was just from the Blazer side. So you have to have that protection in place. If the team is to move, you got to be able to sue, right? You got to be able to recoup some money. that is not a threat you throw out before the negotiations even begin. By the way, you know what we could do? You know what the hell? Let's sue you. Let's sue you and get some money out of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's poor.
Like, it's just a ridiculous negotiating tactic, and it's dumb. And this is so ridiculous on the city side. The other side of this is that if Tom Dundon had spent any moment of time over the last, when did he take over as owner? It feels like it's been 17 years. It's been 4 months, 5 months? Not even that long.
When did we find out it was Dundon?
He took,
when did that front office sports?
I think
about
that was
a year ago, right?
December.
Yeah,
No, I thought it was earlier than that, was it?
Sprague's right.
Yeah.
He took over. He didn't take over. He took over in like May. It went that
March.
quickly to approve?
Yeah, it's
No.
only a 5-6 month process.
Oh, okay. I thought it was last summer, but maybe I'm wrong on
Well,
that.
I think that's when the public found out. I think stuff was already going on behind the scenes.
Sure.
But
I mean, they had to vet him.
I thought it was
so
November, December of last year when it became public.
October.
Okay.
October.
Even further.
So the point being, though, that since he took over the team, how many things has he done to build goodwill with the city and the fan base? And the answer is zero, right? Like, we can debate, and we have ad nauseum, day in and day out, week after week, this cost-cutting move, that decision, this call, we've done it at length. But the one thing that remains true is that there's not a lot of positive goodwill for him. And had he spent the last handful of months building that goodwill up with the city, pretending that he gives a rip about us as citizens of Portland and keeping the team here, him asking for this request, I think, would have been greeted much more warmly, if you will, of like, hey, guys, look, we've made a lot of goodwill here. We've made a lot of progress. Can we just get rid of this thing so we can get this kind of cloud over our head so I know this won't happen? And maybe the council members would be willing to work with him. But when you've done nothing but build bad will with the city and the fan base, essentially, why the city council cannot let this go. This is their last hope at recouping any sort of money in case of an emergency. In the case of the Blazers leaving, it's a very simple solution. You sign the lease, we give you the money, the threat of the lawsuit goes away, but this is apparently the sticking point going into today's public testimony.
The Blazers spokesman Charles Boyle told the Oregonian, quote, "We need the city to take the prospect of litigation off the table by affirming the work the team has done to maintain Moda Center in a first-class condition." He also called it a critical first step to unlock a freer flow of information.
And maybe the city blinks, but it's also a huge gamble because I also don't think the team is going to leave, but we also cannot be 100% certain of that until a lease is signed. So whether it's 2%, 1%, 5%, wherever you're at mentally. So
who blinks on this one? Who would you bet blinks on this one?
I would bet that the city blinks on this one before the team does because I think there's more of a sense of urgency on their side and clearly has been over the last few weeks to get a deal done, but that's just a guess.
If you believed my theory, and I still haven't seen any proof to suggest I'm right, so I may not be right. If you believe the theory that the Blazers and the league, or that the league stepped in between the we're not going to your meeting to we're going to your meeting like 40 minutes later, if you believe the theory, the league is like, dude, shut up, go to the meeting, the funding is there. If you believe that's a thing, then I might be willing to bet that Dundon actually, despite his history, might blink a little bit on this.
If they blink on it, it's a signal that they're not planning on leaving, in my estimation.
I mean, if they don't, though, you view this as a sign they're leaving?
I don't think it's a sign that they're leaving. I think it's just a massive leverage play on each side. And we are
all this has been is leverage.
That's all it
play.
is, right? You just want to have the upper hand in the negotiation. I also chuckle at the idea. Now, they did at least put a name behind. What's the guy's name for the Blazers?
Boyle.
Charles Boyle.
Or Boy.
I did chuckle at what was the quote earlier this week from Dwayne Hankins? Where do they want the negotiating out of? Where do they not want to negotiate through anymore?
The media.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what did they come out with yesterday, the night before the first sit down with the council and the team?
Provision out of there.
Got it. And they reported that through the media.
Yeah.
So now we're back to negotiating in the media from 3 days ago. We didn't want to negotiate through the media. I just can we just
is
fast
anybody
forward?
ready for this to be done?
Can I raise my feet too? Can I raise my toesies?
I just want to yell about why we didn't get any more wing depth. That's all I want to do.
That's all I want, man. That's all I want. 5 guards. We're playing
John
5 guards.
Tajay can roll to the 3.
Oh,
Calm down.
I want to talk about how awesome John Damar to watch, but how horrifically awful on defense they've been. That's all I want to do. I want to get mad about the plus minus of Tamani Kamara and Scoot Henderson together.
And here's what I will say, because the idea of the bad news, good news thing, whatever, right? To me, it was a little bit of a mixed bag yesterday. I will also just throw this in the silo of I'm glad at least we know what their main sticking point is. Like, I feel like we've gotten to
Blazers?
that. Yeah, this seems like this is their biggest hill to die on of like, you have to eliminate this, and all the other stuff has kind of become more riffraff background noise in terms of the requests that they have. And I'm hopeful that we get some positive momentum out of today.
Would you be in support? Let me ask you this, both of you, and then we'll go.
Yeah.
Would you guys be supportive of the city if they did make the decision to blink and say, okay, it's taken out?
I ultimately would, because I don't think the team is going to move.
But if they left.
Boy, oh boy, your butt's out there flapping in the wind right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're okay with them doing it and they ultimately left because that's what he waited for.
You get the provision gone, now we're out of here.
Zero ability to criticize the city officials.
Goose egg.
If you're like, yeah, do it, man, let's get this done. And then he goes, see you later, thank you.
Joke's on you.
You can't be on a microphone and be like, city council screwed this up. Like,
Nope.
no, you would have done the same thing.
I haven't parsed the language of the lease, the existing lease. Do they have to get rid of the first class clause in order to agree to a moratorium
They do not.
on any litigation
They do
while
not.
they are Okay. So if the city just says...
So his perspective would be, I'm worried that you still sue me and this provision exists and you hold me to something that's
their
the
argument.
first-class standard. Now I'm spending my own money.
And the city's argument is, if we get rid of this and then you leave, we have no ammunition to
There's
come after
no
you.
way for us to get money for you leaving.
I also just think, look, I'm not a legal expert in any way, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, how do you define that in a court of law? How do you
First-class
define a
standard.
first-class standard in the? Because
Exactly.
they have done things. Now,
No.
is it first-class enough? I don't know. You got to do video boards. You got they've done some stuff at the Mona Center.
Yeah.
Certainly needs a lot more work. How do you define that in a court of law is $1 million question.
That's a rock and a hard place they've found themselves in right now.
Yes, it is.
But, hey, they're meeting today.
Dwayne Hankins is coming. That is, to me, a very good sign.
I don't know if that's going to be a good meeting or an okay meeting or a great meeting. It'd be awesome to come out and be like, actually, there's a lot of really good stuff here.
What a positive surprise.
The next step would be seeing Tom Dundon's face in Portland, but we don't know if that's going to
I
happen.
feel like I want to do the Hassan Whiteside. We got a meeting. We got a meeting. It's happening.
They're sitting down.
They're talking.
All right, 6:42. We're back with more on The Fan. All right, well, we got a lot to get to in the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Tell you what's on the menu here at the top of the hour. We will dive into Dan Lanning, the full Lanning experience on this radio program. I was perusing yesterday. I caught the Big Ten Media Day stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Heard Dan Lanning live.
Yes, I think I watched every Dan Lanning interview we did yesterday. There were a lot of them.
I don't know if I watched all of them. I can't claim that, but I think I hit it like a 70+% clip rate. There was probably a couple that I didn't catch, but
yeah,
I will say this. I don't catch the show as often as I'd like to, but it is football season. I've got my football magazines. I'm thinking about making spreadsheets, boys.
Ooh, I love a good spreadsheet.
Just to get my organized football stuff now. That way we get into the season, I can look back and be like, okay, this is how it was.
Ready to go.
But one podcast I caught yesterday is the Andy Staples and Ari Wasserman pod.
Andy and Ari.
For On3.
Yep.
And they do a great show. Ari is a good friend of the program. He wants to be on here. The problem is they record exactly at the same time as we're on East Coast time.
You got to do a hang-around tape for the next day kind of thing if we ever had them on.
So it's a really tough one. We want to try to get them on the program we can. Their entire latest episode, not entire, I would say 85% of their latest episode, it's entirely about Oregon.
It's like a 65-minute, it's almost an hour and 10 minutes long, too. It's a long one.
They end up making, Ari does his 12 playoff team prediction thing and then tells you how his bracket shakes out. But up until that point, it is all, is Oregon truly ready? And you even look at the logo of the podcast, it's like normal Andy Ari. This one is specifically Dan in the yellow and green O font. And so I listened to it. I thought it was really good. I found myself laughing because they were basically saying what I was saying of just because you ended in blowout means nothing for your next season. But they also acknowledge what Dirt, and I think a lot of Duck fans feel like, yeah, dude, you kind of start wondering some stuff, right? And I was thinking about this yesterday, listening to Lanning talk and doing his interviews. And then I listened to the pod this morning on my way in of just does it feel like for you where he was day one, and I know Georgia beatdown was not great, but day one Dan Lanning to today, do you feel like you can confidently tell me Dan Lanning's gotten better as a coach? Or do you feel roughly the same from where he was season one
That's a good question.
into heading into season 5?
It's so hard to quantify. He certainly has gotten better and as time has gone on. His acquisition of talent has only improved. And that has always been the most intriguing part of Lanning at Oregon, is that when he took over, they ran out half of that roster from day one. By the time he got to year 3, he had basically flipped the entire thing. If you look at the portal acquisitions, they were, 20-something year one, it's gone slowly down to where I think they only brought in 9 or 10 guys, maybe even less than that in last year's portal class. And so that's the one thing that has absolutely changed. I think with experience, you can say like certain moments, how to handle situations. He's been really good. Early in his career, there was the struggle of mainly against Washington in these close games, you're finding a way to lose them. And that's kind of flipped a little bit, right? You had the Iowa game when you're down 2 minutes to go. They found a way to win. The Penn State game, you had the lead, blew it. Now you're in overtime, found a way to win. They've had a lot of those kind of moments that I think he's gotten better in to a certain extent. But other than that, it's hard to quantify the goodness or badness of a coach, for lack of a better phrase, when he's not a play caller on either side of the ball. That's
Certainly.
the difficult part of it. If he's calling plays and the offense went from here to, wow, we're 5 times better than we were, it's easy to quantify the guy's a better coach.
But he's at least got a side of the ball that you feel like he might not be calling, but he's contributing.
Yes, the defensive side
right?
of the ball, certainly. And I do feel like Oregon's defense, albeit not in their biggest moments of the last 2 years, has progressively gotten better. But that goes back to point one of, that's also the acquisition of talent. They've just continued to bring in elite players on that side of the ball, and that is not going to stop with Dan Lanning.
When I was thinking about that, I was like, well, how many coaches would I say I have felt that I can say that about?
They've gotten better from where they were.
Signetti, certainly. Didn't know him at all.
But maybe he was, and that's the funny thing about Signetti, maybe he was always this way, and we just didn't
obviously
know because he didn't get
but
it.
we didn't know, right? So,
right.
like, from where he was year one, day one of Indiana to Natty, I think you have to say it. It's a short sample size.
Yes.
I almost wondered aloud to myself, is Kalen DeBoer the opposite?
Has he regressed in the other way?
Because he came out, he beats Oregon in Eugene. They have this great season. You're like, holy
10-2 year one. Oh,
The
my God.
Huskies?
Won the Alamo Bowl, if I remember correctly.
And then they beat Oregon multiple times the next
Undefeated.
season. They go to the Natty, and you're like, well, surely this dude's it. And, he's been fine, but Alabama's underwhelmed, I think, according to what they were hoping it would be, even though it's only been 2 seasons. Ryan Day, I think you can make an argument.
Has he gotten better? The funniest
They won
part,
the Natty.
I know.
I think I kind of have to
The
say they
funniest
have.
thing about Ryan Day will
Mario?
always be Mario. Certainly, I will
Mario, I
acknowledge
think's
that.
gotten
I think
better.
Mario's evolved as a coach, and he's certainly taken some of the restrictor plates off of his offense that always held him back at times at Oregon, where we're going to run,
He's been more open-minded.
we're going to run duo over and over
Yeah.
and over and over
Yeah,
again.
he still has disappointing losses in moments.
No
but
doubt
he's
about it.
more open-minded and not
Yes.
quite as stubborn
Right.
as he was even 2 years ago.
The funniest thing, I love Ryan Day is just a hilarious case study of he had, and I guarantee you, if you interviewed him and asked him this, there's zero debate or doubt. The lowest moment of his coaching career was losing the game to Michigan at the end of the regular season 2 years ago.
Yeah. You
And
mean we
his-
got death threats?
And his highest moment as a coach happened literally 2 months later.
Yeah.
So did he improve as a coach? Because he went from that is the most inexcusable loss I've maybe ever seen with my own 2 eyes to you just won a national championship.
And you look unbeatable.
He is just a wild case study
He
of
really
college
is.
coaching that
but
doesn't
what's
make
his
any
Big
sense.
Ten record? You looked it up.
Oh, it was
55 and
55 and 5. It's stupid. It's absurd. The guy does
insane.
not lose in conference play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting on Lanning because I do think there's areas that he's improved. But then, again, this is
Is there
the
areas
conundrum.
you've been disappointed with?
Yeah, playoff games. Outside of Texas Tech and James Madison. Yeah. Bit of
At
an
least
issue.
in the playoff. I mean,
the
you're
one
there.
thing that I try and remind myself of, because I did watch a lot of that episode yesterday, and it's just like this expectation debate is going to hang over our head all year.
They did it themselves
They
yesterday.
absolutely did, and that's a big takeaway for Media Day for me, and I know we'll get to that a little bit. The thing that I try and remind myself is how many fan bases and coaches were in this moment at any point in the last 10 years. I think there's some that are already there right now. They're just not in our bubble. Texas
Kirby.
Kirby
and
sure.
Georgia were.
Kirby was absolutely this, right?
win
And
the big
Georgia
one.
fans were like, God, can he do it? Can he do
Yeah.
it? And all the question from the national media, can you do it? Can you do it? And then he did it. Ryan Day's a great example. There's other coaches who are going through it. They're just not in our bubble. This is absolutely Sark of Texas.
Yep.
Marcus Freeman has more goodwill because he's been to a national championship game, but
He's
he
in this.
didn't make the playoff last year, and he's in that like you got to go do it.
Lane now at LSU.
Lane at LSU, and so it's just that's how I make myself feel better because sometimes when you're in your own bubble, you feel like the eyes of everybody are on you, and all the expectations are on Oregon to win a national championship this year, which they certainly are. But it's also they're not unique to this circumstance and situation.
I will just add this, and then we'll go to the second hour, get to the cafe, and talk a lot more on this with Dan Lanning audio. I'll say this. There's a term they're using yesterday, and they used it themselves, and everybody else has been using it, and I'm kind of stumped by it. The whole title or bust.
Mm-hmm. You know my stance on that. It's a dumb take.
It is because, like, okay, you lose and you didn't win it. What are you busting? You busting up the whole program?
Right.
You firing Dan Lanning?
Was Miami season a bust last year?
No.
Got a lot of goodwill going in
not
this year.
win the Natty,
of
but
course
yeah.
it is. I've been there. It sucks to lose a national championship.
It's just a
game.
fascinating term.
Yeah.
A lot to get to. Let's kick it off with the Cafe de Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, final day of Big Ten football media days in Chicago, featuring the national champion head coach Curt Cignetti with Indiana. Kyle Whittingham will take the mic now that he's at Michigan, as well as Jedd Fisch from Washington. Coverage starts 9:30 this morning on the Big Ten Network. Portland Timbers announced the signing of Dutch forward Vincent Janssen, coming over on a free transfer after playing the last 4 seasons for Royal Antwerp FC. He was previously at Tottenham Hotspur as well. Timbers will host Seattle Saturday night at Providence Park. Final major of the year, the AIG Women's Open from Royal Lytham. And Heron Yu looking to make it 3 in a row in terms of majors. She's in the clubhouse at 5 under par, 1 shot clear of the field. Lottie Woad is in at 2 under. Tough day for Nelly Korda, who won the first 2 majors of the season, a round of +2. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Good morning, 7:01. Bright and early on a Thursday morning. Hello, everybody. Yes, we've been here for over an hour. It's called the Dirt and Sprague Party.
Moving and grooving.
Anteater Johnson to my left. Brandon Sprague here to my POV. Jason Swigard, front right adjacent.
Center right field.
Center right field. Yeah. Good call.
He's playing in the gap.
Good call.
No doubles defense this morning. Good strategy.
Good morning. Hello. If you're just tuning in, again, hope your Thursday's off to a great start. We got to a lot in the first hour. We kicked it off with street fair conversation.
Yes, we
Your
did.
weekend plans out there, door to door. Couple poll questions if you missed it. Just want to pass them along. What has a higher percentage of conversion rate? Mitchell Robinson free throws or door-to-door religion? Update on that poll question right now is Mitchell Robinson winning 66.7% of the vote.
Reliable.
Well,
66% of the time it works every time.
yeah, 40% you said? I don't know. And then the second one stemming from our local street fair. I went to the Montevilla one last week. Dirt's going to go to the Selwood one this week. And I like the street fair. I also don't like the street fair, but I'm always down to go to the street fair. But then I find myself not buying a lot of stuff at the street fair. Anyways, got into a conversation of, I noticed last weekend at the Montevilla one, these bank tents. We got local banks just setting up vendor tents as if they're like giving me anything. And so a poll question, should banks have vendor tents at your local street fair? Right now, 76.7% of you are saying no. In fact, it followed up with a really funny response from Dylan. As someone whose wife works at a bank, please stop making her sit at a tent.
I told you.
During the street fairs.
I told you none of them want to be there.
She doesn't enjoy working it, and nothing positive comes of it.
None of it at
If
all.
I want a bank, I'm going to go to the bank.
I know what banks to find.
I can find a bank.
I don't need the bank to find me. I'll find the bank.
Yeah.
We talked about soliciting too, and this was a really funny one from P1 Bob. Let me find it. He said he was talking about the mall kiosks one. He said about 5 or 6 years ago, the dude that was cleaning shoes, or no, it's at Clark County Fair. There was a dude that was cleaning shoes. And he said, hey, let me show you what it does. And you're like not paying attention for a moment. You say, okay. Next thing you know, he's got this cleaning stuff on your shoe.
And now you're paying.
He looks down and he's like, well, now I have one perfectly clean shoe and one dirty shoe.
You got to pay.
I got to pay. And he was like, well, you're going to have to buy some product. Then sit down. I'll clean your other shoe. And he was like, damn it. Got me.
Yeah, that sucks when that happens,
We've
man.
all been roped in like that.
And just word of advice, if you missed it, don't wear your Jordans to the mall.
No.
You will be hounded about how much cleaner they could possibly be with their magic shine and scuff remover.
According to Bob, maybe it works, man. Maybe you should
I'm not saying it doesn't work. It's just,
scuff those shoes over there, man.
did you plan on spending $30?
No, I did not.
If you didn't plan on spending that $30, it's gone. A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. We will dive into the Dan Lanning. He got through quite a bit of stuff yesterday in his speech and then did interviews. There was a really funny bit that one podcast played with him, showing him a logo. But let's step into the cafe. Day, Dirt, and Sprague. Good morning. Hello.
Got a good appetite today.
It's a good mix today, but the special, a chef special today, breakfast pho.
It's unique.
Is that what they have for breakfast? I have no idea what they have for breakfast in Vietnam.
So what I've experienced in my life, having
when
friends
you win.
from Africa, being married to somebody, and having a family that's from Vietnam, and meeting people that have been from China, and Europe, and all these great continents and countries. What I have discovered about America is breakfast is not a specific kind of food.
Just kind of eat whatever you want.
Breakfast is whatever you want to eat.
That's the way it should be, to be honest with you.
It threw my wife through a loop when we lived together for the first time, when she noticed, like, every day I was an eggs, bacon, toast,
Same thing every day. Like,
cereal,
Traditional
oatmeal,
breakfast.
granola,
traditional
whatever.
white
Yeah.
American standard breakfast, because she would wake up and eat spaghetti. She'd just warm up.
Dude, I respect the hustle.
No, she's converted me.
Yeah.
I'm still a big breakfast foods guy.
Sure. It kind of reminds me of
But-
like when you were a kid, your mom ever make you breakfast for dinner? You get the breakfast for
I
dinner
loved
nights.
it.
It was such a
I
fun, like,
loved
you
breakfast
felt like
for
you were
dinner.
doing something exotic. Oh, we're breaking a rule. Wait, we're having pancakes at 5:30? What?
Yoki eggs.
You can do that?
Yeah.
This is allowable?
It was great.
You can do whatever you want, man.
And it's been reversed on me. So yes, pho
Okay.
is a very delightful breakfast staple, and I have introduced it into my life.
I still have never had pho.
That's okay.
I need to try it. It's not like an I don't want to try it
That's
thing.
fine.
I need some pho.
I think you would like it.
I probably would.
You like Thai food.
I love Thai food.
Yeah.
Then I think you would like pho, and I know that's a much different.
Is it in the
thing, but-
ramen family?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love me
It's
some spicy
noodles.
miso ramen.
This is all it is. It
Yeah.
is a rice noodle,
Yep.
thin. It is a beef bone broth.
Love a good beef bone broth.
It is onion cilantro.
Okay.
It is thinly cut steak that will then be uncooked, but when you put it in the broth that's so
Cooks
hot, it
in the
cooks
broth.
it.
Okay.
And then if you want to add other things, bean sprouts, you're more than welcome
Not
to.
a big bean sprout guy, but
That's
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Carrot, shredded carrot.
Yeah, you can, but it's not really coming with it. You got to ask for it. The
Now, do
breakfast pho,
they do the hard-boiled egg in there?
They do not, but that's what our breakfast pho is going to include.
Oh, okay.
Is a lightly hard-boiled egg, so the yolk is still a little runny.
Soft-boiled.
Soft-boiled. Thank
There
you.
you go.
And bacon bits on top of your thinly sliced steak.
Okay.
That's your breakfast pho.
I'm all in. That sounds fantastic.
A lot to get to. Let's start with something yesterday that it's just kind of odd how it's lingering over. This player may have started for the last time for his team. He talked about the experience.
In the moment, I want to live in the moment. There's a lot of stuff going on around me that I have no control in. So, I try to be pretty present all the time, and when the fans get on their feet like that and give you a pretty good ovation, it's special. It'll never not be special, and it's something I've always appreciated. And hopefully they feel the same way. I've given, hopefully they feel like I've given everything to the team, to the city, and because I truly have. So, yeah, those are always special, and I'll never forget those for sure.
That is Tiger starting pitcher Tarek Skubal. He pitched 6.2 innings yesterday, gave up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, but had 6 Ks. I think he eclipsed the 1,000 strikeout barrier as well.
Yes, he did.
And he's probably going to be traded. That's him talking about. I hope they enjoy the experience. I'll just give the same take, and I understand the counter argument. It's not a hard one to make, but I'll just give the take. I just will never want to live in a world where my team's just giving up an amazing Hall of Fame level type pitcher because we're having a disappointing season and assets. Like, I will always want a great starting pitcher. What are they going to hope to get if they trade Tarek Skubal? Probably
Skubal.
picks that they can draft what? The next Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, get some young arm that you hope turns into that.
It's really unfortunate, but he's probably going to be a Dodger or a Yankee, and so I'm sure that'll be great.
I mean, he's a really fun story, obviously, as a local Northwest guy who came out of nowhere to become one of the most dominant pitchers that we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years in baseball. And you look at his numbers, ERAs in the low 2s to the mid 2s, even this year where the win-loss record isn't great because they're not scoring a lot of runs in Detroit. His 2.79 ERA is fantastic. His career ERA is barely over 3, and if he continues in this direction for another 3 years, it might fall below 3. This is the worst part about the fandom of some markets in Major League Baseball, is that it should have been a no-brainer 3 years ago when this guy went 7-3 and then 18-4 with a 2.39 ERA. The extension should have happened then and there, and all of this would have been water under the bridge. But instead, they were incompetent, they acted stupidly, and now they've ran out of runway here, and they feel like their gun is to their head, and this is the only call that they can make, and they got to trade him. And who ends up losing in this case? Tigers fans, man. Yeah. Tiger fans have had a lot to cheer for. They've been to some World Series and lost, been close. You got this great young player, lost in the postseason last year, and he is without a doubt going to get traded by Monday's trade deadline.
We've got NFL camps that have opened up, so there's a lot to get to in the NFL.
Order up! The easiest way for me to say that, and it still won't stop you from asking, not you particularly, but everybody in general, is the first game. And we're going to have a start of the first game, right? I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to decide who the starter is. They decide by their play. Their play decides who the starter is. I don't have any preconceived notions of how they played in the past or how they're going to play. I only can, with my eyes, judge. And guys got to play well around them. I think we've shored up some things up front. We've added some weapons on the perimeter, so I think that's going to help. But they'll decide who plays. I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays.
That is head coach of the Browns this year's first year, Todd Monk. And quit asking me about the quarterback. It's not my decision. It's their decision.
Is there a more irrelevant decision in the NFL, too?
Not to them.
I mean, it just
if Shador plays. I think most of the fan base, based on what I've heard,
they probably want Shador.
They want Shador because you're either going to sync with Shador and then move on out of the Deshaun Shador thing, or you're going to be awkwardly supporting Deshaun Watson, and I don't think that's a universal. We're happy about that.
Totally fair. Inside the Browns fandom, I would probably have the same stance as well. Like, what the hell? I just mean in terms of I got some breaking news for you. I don't care who starts for the Browns this year; they're going to suck.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Fire away.
Casey Concepcion.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy.
You try to sell me the Cleveland Browns right now?
Junkins.
Yeah, they got a dominant defensive lineman, too. Oh, wait.
That's right. They got Verse.
They do. Is he the defensive player of the year in the NFL?
They locked up Denzel Ward. they signed Delpit yesterday.
Were all those guys on the team last year?
Their defense was good.
Sure it was. How many games did they win?
Their offense upgraded.
Did it?
I don't know.
Maybe. I don't care. Whoever starts, it's the most meaningless debate we're going to have for the next month is the Browns starting quarterback. Because breaking news, Shador's not going to be a franchise quarterback, and Deshaun Watson's career is over.
Order up!
Oh, absolutely. I told the team yesterday, this is as excited as I've ever been coaching this football team in my time here. And it's because of the people we have in the room. I mean, players, coaches, support staff, everybody. So we're just ready to go.
That is Matt LaFleur. Who, by the way, I believe he had an MVP season from Aaron Rodgers when he got to Green Bay. But this is the most excited he has been
he definitely did.
To ever coach a Green Bay Packer team coming into a season.
This is like a rock band showing up to every city saying, "Portland, we love you. You're the best crowd we've ever had." Does every coach say this every year?
Yes.
This is the most excited I've ever been to be a head coach. Yeah, really? More than when you had Aaron Rodgers, an MVP, and you got to the NFC Championship game and you decided to, kick a field goal instead of going for it on fourth down when you're down by 8 points. People don't forget, Matt. Yeah. People don't forget. Although, fair point at the fan text line, more irrelevant decision is the Dolphins wide receiver depth chart. Fair. Touche. What is the more meaningless depth chart race? Cleveland Browns quarterback,
Miami Dolphins,
or Dolphins wide receivers? Probably Dolphins wide receivers.
Order up!
Those two are two of the best in the league, and they're going to be going at it every day. So whatever those guys need to get excited to get better, go ahead and do it.
Do you like that? Is that good, you think?
To an extent. When it starts to interrupt practice, not too much, but if you can maybe punch somebody in the face in about 15 to 20 seconds and then get back lined up, that's probably ideal.
Joe Burrow.
I love Joe Burrow.
Jamar Chase got into it with Jalen Davis, the DB for the Bengals. That was a big video that went viral, but actually the scary news was Shamar Stewart went down, his leg bent the wrong way. He was carted off. He was seen on crutches. Haven't seen an update this morning yet, but I watched the video. His leg bent so backwards.
Did not look good, man.
That, if he escapes this and doesn't miss time, it'll be a great news for them, but the Bengals opening up camp getting a little feisty.
I mean, they desperately need to be better defensively. We know that's been their issue the last few years. A big offseason trade will certainly help in that case, but when you have your first-round pick from a year ago and a guy that you're relying on to play some big snaps. There's nothing worse this time of year than training camp injuries that will shape and evolve how the NFL season will play out. And I don't know if this is one of those for Cincinnati. Maybe they can overcome it. Maybe their defense holds them back again this year. Time will tell on that. It sucks, dude. The Burrow quote on fighting in practice is so spot on. I'd have the same takeaway of like, guys, it's hot. We all want to get out of here. Can we stop delaying this? Please get it over with. Let's get back to practicing. The Stewart injury was much bigger news and a really tough blow for Cincinnati.
Yeah, good stuff in Cincinnati. Off to a rip-roaring start as everybody's all hot and bothered and pissed off.
Order up! Yeah, ever since last season when my hand got healthier and just getting into a groove of everything with the timing, the rhythm, the footwork, and just felt like it was really climbing. And, from then to now, I feel like I've grown. I'm certain I've grown mentally and physically just dramatically. And at the end of the day, it's just refining every little detail, leave no stone unturned, and just try to get better in every asset. And, that's a constant battle with yourself every single day until you lace them up or hang them up. And, I feel really good where I'm at right now, but it's a constant development each and every day.
That was the Niner, as he's known in the streets, J.J. McCarthy, on his development from last year. His hand got healthier. He started to mature and understand stuff.
Yeah.
Now he's really grown.
Now's the time to blossom. Keep watering him. He's a flower, Captain.
Now is the time.
Similar to a lot of quarterback debate, are we really going to do this for a month?
Yes.
Are we really going to?
I think they're going to do this until week 1.
We're going to pretend that Kyler Murray's not going to be the starting quarterback in Minnesota.
What? Give me.
Are we going to go along this ruse?
Give me the Vegas odds for you.
If I were making the odds on who the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings will be, sans an injury,
I
want to
bet Murray or McCarthy. I want to open up my bet machine and I want to say, what are the odds?
Minus 1,500 for Kyler Murray, plus 3,000 for J.J. McCarthy. Dude, there's not a world that exists.
Not a world?
That J.J. McCarthy will be their starter. Unless Kyler Murray gets hurt, there's not a world that exists.
Wow. Okay.
Have we seen J.J. McCarthy play football?
We have.
Okay. Do we have eyeballs?
We do.
Okay, just checking.
Order up!
Yeah, this is it.
I guess why, what is it, why is this it?
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired and I talked to the wife and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
Everybody else feel like he looked in the mirror and said, hey, wife, can I play?
Shout out the wife, man.
Still haven't seen her.
The wife is just steering him, all right? She's calling the shots behind the scenes. She's wearing the pants in that relationship.
Been married a year. We still haven't seen him.
Somebody had a great tweet the other day after this video came out. And it was basically like, dude, TMZ can find literally anything.
They haven't found her.
They'll find the particles of a fart from a president or something, but they can't find Aaron Rodgers' wife.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, how is that possible?
Aaron Rodgers. I'll say this about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, A-Rod, your guy.
We joke about the wife. I've been very critical of Rodgers. I don't buy him, and I haven't for a little bit as a franchise guy.
Sure.
I'll say this. He is one of your favorites.
He's one of the all-time greats.
He's one of the most talented players I've ever seen play the position.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is his last year. I don't have high expectations.
No.
I'm going to enjoy the final season of Rodgers.
Enjoy one more run with Rodgers?
Yeah, and if he's bad, we'll say, he wasn't good.
He's
but,
probably
I'm going to try to just enjoy. It's the last season of Aaron Rodgers in my life.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Steelers will be challenged offensively.
Bold take.
Above average defensively to good defensively, and be a game above 500 and right in the mix to make a wild card. Because that's who they are literally every year.
Order up!
We talked about this earlier in OTAs, just the vibe, the energy. It's different. It's not. I'm not saying it's better. It's worse. It's different. And as a new head coach for a team, I think that's a smart decision to make things different. This isn't the same place, and you have to make it feel differently because doing the same thing it obviously didn't work. So got to change it up and try to find new ways to make it work.
There's Josh Allen on new head coach Joe Brady, who's taken over for McDermott, and they're hoping that the offensive-based vision will be what can put them over the hump.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the take. I don't know if Brady will be the guy that ultimately does it in Buffalo, but I do think when you've been butting your head against the wall for a long time, which Buffalo has with McDermott, sometimes a change of the messenger is what's needed. Just a vibe shift, a different motivating factor, whatever the case may be. Sometimes that's all the nudge that you need to go in the right direction. I certainly will still criticize them for not cleaning house in terms of coach and GM at the same time. That's always a weird move to me. But ultimately, I understand the point of trying to get a new message in the locker room.
Order up!
just figuring out my schedule a little bit better. When I'm going to train, when I'm going to relax, how I'm going to train, what works best for me and my body, how to eat, and things like that. Lost some weight, so it's good. I'm excited about that. Be able to move a little bit better, be smoother. All these different things. Just being able to also bring that into the facility with the strength staff and things like that. Things I've done, things that work well with me, and being able to adjust and be better for the season.
How much did you lose?
10 to 15, something like that.
How'd you do it?
Eating at certain times. Going to bed and not eating after 7, and just eating consistently, eating well.
That is Bears quarterback Caleb Williams, and I'll tell you, this was the most alarming thing I heard yesterday.
Him losing weight. You want him thicker with 2 C's?
When you're not overly tall, you're not Josh Allen.
I
just worry at all times about hits you take, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be your best healthy self. He clearly thinks this is the direction to go. But as a sports fan, I think, man, a couple extra pounds of padding is kind of nice to take when a linebacker blindsides you.
It's interesting because that was in the notes for Oregon Media Day stuff yesterday. Dante Moore talked about his weight. He went from 203, I think he said, to 220.
Yeah.
Nearly 20 pounds, and you imagine in an offseason, like, you're not just putting on fat, right? That's a lot of muscle. It's a lot of good weight that you want to have on. It's going to make him, he thinks, withstand some hits later on in the season. I agree with you for a smaller quarterback. There's some guys you could probably make the argument of, like, let's shed 10 to 15. Maybe you'll move a little more fluid. That I can get. He's an undersized quarterback. He's going to get hit a ton. He runs around and extends plays a lot. Like, he makes himself vulnerable in moments. And, yeah, I'd rather have him thicker with 2 C's later in the season when it's cold weather football in Chicago.
I didn't get to all the audio there, but the cafe is always busy, and we're racing through our breakfast. So there's Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. On the other side, Dan Lanning at Big Ten Media Day. We could dive into that. We got the Big Ten media audio from other coaches as well. And I have we have a great rant on an all-time college football blue blood that somebody gave that I actually found myself agreeing with while enjoying listening to it.
Ooh, okay.
So we'll get to that today. It's a Magic Hat Thursday. Dirt and Sprague back with Dan Lanning on 105.1 The Fan.
Update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Big Ten Football Media Days will wrap up today in Chicago. Kyle Whittingham will take the podium now that he is the head coach at Michigan. Jed Fish from Washington and national champion Curt Cignetti of Indiana all scheduled to speak this morning. Coverage on the Big Ten Network begins at 9:30. Injuries already stacking up just a few days into NFL training camps. The most serious could be in Cincinnati. 2025 first-round pick defensive end Shmar Stewart carted off the practice field with a left leg injury. He was later seen on crutches with a protective brace on that leg. Portland Timbers have announced the signing of Dutch forward Vincent Janssen. He comes over on a free transfer after spending the last 4 seasons with Royal Antwerp FC. Timbers will host the Seattle Sounders this Saturday night at Providence Park. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. 728, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan. Dirt and Sprague with you. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Just got out of the cafe. Quite full, quite tasty. A lot of NFL on the docket there.
A lot of food. I needed another coffee at the end of it.
Yeah, that would have been nice to have.
Give me the coffee to go, one of those kind of things.
Oh, I'm with you, 100%.
Always good after a breakfast. Full, you need a little pick-me-up because now you want to take a food nap. And you know what? You need a little caffeine in your life.
I do know that, I'm definitely not delaying and going through paperwork.
No, there's nothing that you're looking for that's coming up and a read that's necessary to have
way, dude.
at the end of the segment. And you're not going to have to clean all these papers up that you're throwing all over the desk.
No, Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Hey! Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. So Dan Lanning talked yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Quite a bit. Did a lot of interviews. Did his opening speech. Did his Q&A. And we'll get to the audio here in just a second. But the easy takeaway, I think, from the aside from the fun stuff of what yesterday was, the easy takeaway from the players and the coach is this is the year.
This is it.
We're not doing the whole, let's dance around the topic. Last year,
not at all.
They were not viewed as this. I think that's ridiculous. I think 8 to 10 teams every single season should be in the consideration of this, even if you don't know the full extent of the roster and the depth.
Right.
They're just that talented. Oregon is absolutely one of them. But they said it themselves, championship or bust. So before I dive into Dan Lanning audio,
yes,
I don't think you were surprised to maybe hear that takeaway from them themselves, but to just hear it be said of yeah, dude, this is a gear up for the title, the first one in Oregon history.
It was one of the bigger takeaways for me from Media Days that there was no shying away from the expectation and the pressure that's on them this year. Every coach is going to handle that a little bit differently. Sark, I watched a lot of his stuff. They certainly have high expectations in Texas. And he didn't quite get into it as much as Lanning did. The first quote of the day that came out, we just got a snippet of it, but I wrote the entire thing down because he did I don't know if it was a sit-down or a passing comment to On 3, and we mentioned the quote. And here's his full quote. Quote, I know Indiana's an outlier, and they've done an unbelievable job, but it takes time, man, to build something really special. I think of coaches in our era that have been able to have success and create success and win national championships. I don't think Kirby Smart did it in his first 4 years. I don't think Ryan Day did it in his first 4 years. It takes time. It's hard. It's hard to build. There's, 4 active coaches that have won a championship. We're close. We got to win the last one. We got to play better, and certainly there's no excuses from us. We just got to improve. That the message from the players and the coaches yesterday, where they understand what's at stake this season. They know what the expectations are, and the fans are certainly going to have that. But I think you also got the message, and we'll get to some of the audio in a moment. That's also a massive reason why a lot of these guys came back, and it's one of the reasons why Oregon is a highly favored team this year, is that's been one of the trends. Indiana was certainly this. Ohio State was this. Michigan was this. They were able to convince guys to come back. Let's go for one more run, and some of those teams were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the players. I know Dante talked a lot of golf, by the way.
He did. He ranked his Band of Dunes courses. I told you down at the tournament, he's got a nice golf swing, man.
I didn't see his ranking. I did see him say he played Pacific, Old Mac, and Trails, and he purposely did not play Sheep because he, quote, wanted a challenge.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It's
still challenging.
It's on a cliffside. It's a beautiful course. It's the easiest
Oh, I'm not saying
one.
it's not beautiful. It's
why
gorgeous.
would you not want to play it? You're there.
Yeah, you want to test your skills a little bit, all right?
But
you
you
know what
did.
they say: iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you're not sharpening.
What was his
your iron.
ranking?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I
Pax
saw
probably won, right?
Pax probably won. OG Bandit, and then everybody's got a little bit different one. But I did chuckle at the slight dig at Sheep Ranch from Bandit Dudes.
Jamari Johnson on the desk of the Big Ten Network about this year's expectation.
Most important thing we as a team have to do this year is
Me? Win a championship.
Pretty simple to the point.
It was asked more times than his answer was just given in seconds. That's crazy.
That was like a DJ spinning the record to start it up.
Is he gonna do it again?
most important thing we as a team have to do this.
Here's Dan Lanning on the key guys all returning for the season.
Well, you take a lot of things. Every year you look at the things that have gone well, and
That's
then you look
Ryan
at the
Day.
things that came up short. And I think when you're chasing small
Ryan Day's
margins like
coaching
we
Oregon
are,
now?
you have to identify the things that need to get fixed and fix them.
This is the cut I pulled.
The easy thing to do is
But it's
do
labeled
nothing
Lanning
or
on key guys
overreact.
returning.
Where the real work is really identifying what needs to get
I mean, I'm
fixed.
okay
and
with
then
Ryan
make
Day
that
being our
change.
head coach. I just don't know how I feel about the dyed
and so I
beard.
won't get into all those things.
More concerned
but
about the
there's
pierced
a
nipples.
lot of
Pierced nipples.
things that needed to get addressed and will continue to get addressed. And
little kinky.
sometimes you don't know if those decisions were right until you get all the way to the end of the season. I think this year, based on the way our schedule looks and the way it's laid out, we're going to get some early feedback in these games. and we're
Oregon's
gonna
got to go
play
down
well
to
down the stretch.
USC. It's not going to be an easy one. Dirt's probably going to be out for that show.
I might be out for the Oregon USC show, yeah. You never know.
So are all these cuts like either
Is
going to
this
be
going to work
remixes
today?
or other
Are
guys?
we able to
I
play
don't-
audio
I
from
don't know.
Big Ten Media Day, or is this
Let's
not
try.
going to?
Let's try.
Let's
one
try.
more.
Third chance.
Swag's over there like I have no idea what's happening. Here's Dan Lanning.
Oh,
I think
maybe
getting over the hump.
Okay.
And I gotta see Dan Lanning do his magic.
Nope.
The master motivator himself.
Great job.
Making me want to run through 7 straight brick walls to play football for him and risk myself never being able to
I feel
walk,
that way. Yeah.
talk,
Man, I agree.
mock draft ever again. Something special about Dan Lanning. I don't really know what it is. It could be the intimidating look in his
awesome.
eyes and the ferocity in which he speaks when he makes direct eye contact with you, and kind of goosebumps steal.
This guy wants to have sex with Dan Lanning.
I think he
That's
pretty
kinda
much
my
wants to have sex
takeaway.
with Dan Lanning.
I'm going to do this. I'm actually deathly afraid to play any more cuts, so I'm actually not going to.
We just went 0 for 3 in an audio-based segment. That's not great, Bob.
All right, let me see if
They're
it
all
works
labeled
any-
Dan Lanning.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. We wanted to talk about getting over the hump this season.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any of the ones we wanted to play?
Let's try.
And I gotta see Dan Lanning do
We
his.
just heard that guy
That's a
said he
great
wants
job.
to have sex with Dan Lanning.
Great job.
So we're going to bail on the Dan Lanning
Why
audio.
is this all okay? Let me.
I know we have it in the system.
We do.
Because we had 2
Let's go
shows
back.
after us. Pull it. Dan Lanning, though, yesterday.
Dan Lanning talked a lot about the expectations this year.
He's not shying away from it.
No,
and
he's
look,
not.
I thought this was a good point. He said basically the players are running it. And that's interesting, right? Like, I almost wonder, there is an element of, because a lot of the attention for him when he was asked questions yesterday outside of the jokey, fun-natured ones was about the coordinators and keeping it internal, not interviewing externally. Which is a very interesting choice, right?
It's a roll of the dice with a with big expectations for this year.
I was thinking about this too yesterday because he was asked about it a few different times and talked about it. It's a very un-Dan Lanning-like thing for him to do, in my opinion. I'm not an Oregon fan, but my experience of the Dan Lanning world so far as the Oregon coach is this guy will try to do any and everything to get the edge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting thing to not even interview externally, and it's okay to say you also believe in the guys you have internally and ultimately hire them.
Sure.
To me, it's more about information. Dan Lanning comes off as a guy that at all times and everything, he wants information, whether that's schedule, travel, practice times, windows, eating, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. He didn't decide to do external interviews like at all and instead just hired his coordinators. But I also was wondering, did he make that decision because, one, the defense is going to be fine, and two, there's so many returning guys that the pressure or the expectation coordinator-wise, it's tampered down a little bit because there's so much experience that you don't expect it to fall back.
It's a very unique spot to be in where the roster has never been better. And yet you have these two massive lingering questions going into the season at the two most, outside of obviously the head coach, the decision maker on offense and the decision maker on defense. And until you get into the fire, you don't know how they're going to handle that. Now, they both have experience calling plays. I think his counter argument, if I were to be cosplaying as Dan Lanning for a moment, because our audio is not working, and he actually said it yesterday, but evidently we can't play audio on the show today, is that he saw them firsthand every day. Merringer's been there. He came in with him right out of the gate. Merringer's been there the entire time. Hampton came in, I want to say after year 1. He showed up in year 2 as a co-D coordinator and a secondary guy. Mm-hmm. And his answer would be, I have all the information I need. I saw these guys on a day in and day out basis. One for 4 years, one for 3 years. I know what they're capable of. Mm-hmm. I've seen what they've done in their rooms. They've been helping with game planning. And so it was never even a thought to go outside the room because I always knew that these guys were going to be the guys that filled that void whenever that void reappeared. It is very unique, though, because on the one hand, I have this thought in the back of my head of like, oh, my God, 2 unproven coordinators in the most anticipated Oregon season of all time. What could go wrong, right?
And there's so much talent.
There is. And then on the other side of it, there's also, and this is where we have to be fair to Lanning, like the end of the season stuff has certainly not been great the last 2 years. The one thing you cannot criticize him on his hires. His hires, right? Like the Lapointe thing, you can say he's not a good coach, he's a good recruiter. He also just got a Cal job, and we'll see what he does down there. Like,
it's come on, man. To Tosh Lapointe. He put in a lot of work. His defenses were relatively pretty damn impressive.
Agreed.
They just crumbled at the end, and I think last year the circumstance was a little different than the Ohio State one, even though the result was the same because
Ohio State was more inexcusable. There's no doubt about that. You had the long layoff, and they just smoked in. He didn't have a chance. Last year it was mostly the offense was killing you and turning the ball over and throwing pick sixes, and you were also coaching another team at the same time. And when he hired Kenny Dillingham, it was, who's this young kid who's never called plays before? What a dumb hire. 1 year later, he's the head coach at Arizona State.
Yeah.
And then it's Will, like you got a guy from UTSA who he didn't really know of. Will Stein, who's this cat? 2 years later, or whatever it is, 3 years later, he comes out, and here he is now the head coach at Kentucky at an SEC program. And so both of those things can be true at the same time, but it certainly, of all the storylines that will follow Oregon this year, the coordinator is one of the biggest ones on the big board going into the season until you get into one of these matchups where somebody can match you talent for talent, because the coordinators won't matter that much, likely, knock on wood, against a Boise State, an Oklahoma State, right? Like, you should be able to get through those games even with inadequate play calling because your talent is so extreme. It's when you get to the USC game, the Ohio State game, that's when the margins are a little bit thinner, and that's where the difference of the coordinators will be felt.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think because of how deep they are on both sides of the ball, I don't know. There's a weirdly...
See, and this is where I do agree with you completely.
Maybe Lanning's just so quietly confident. Not quietly. He's pretty loud about it yesterday. Yeah, but like maybe he's just so confident in the amount of talent returning.
Right.
Like I personally, I've seen and heard the argument or the numbers, and I'm not saying like it's completely irrelevant. I don't put eggs in the Merringer was an OC for a year at Rutgers a decade ago. Like,
we had nothing to work with. That team sucked. Like, what are we doing here?
How many bright offensive minds suck or struggle at bad spots with no talent?
Right, when you don't have your starting quarterback available or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so
what was Sean McVay the year that Matt Stafford got hurt?
Yeah. Almost retired. It was bad.
It was so bad he wanted to walk away from football, man. Yeah. Talent ultimately matters. I agree with the ultimate point. I think this is, again, the tough spot that Oregon is in. And this is where the natty or bust thing is laughable to me. Like, Oregon's got one of the best rosters in the sport. We all agree on that. There's not a huge gap between them, Texas, Ohio State, Indiana. Like, go through the bulk of teams at the top. That's when this stuff gets felt. That's the margins, the play calling, and that's what has been their bugaboo the last 2 years, mainly in rematch games where they have not been able to out-scheme an opponent. Last year, you can give me all the qualifiers you want of injury and coordinator. Like, I get it, but that's been their issue the last 2 years. Now, we will not know the answer on that until we get to the end of the season of whether or not you made the right call at OC or DC.
Yeah, are you with me, though, of just like how kind of unlanning it was to not even do an interview.
Yeah.
To not say, hey, this guy at this college that nobody's really heard of, I'm going to talk to him because his offense.
Agree completely.
Very similar to what we run, and maybe it takes us to the next level.
And the other side of that coin is I know that's his DNA, and if that is his DNA and he still made this hire, then he must feel very good about these guys.
And that's kind of where
and
I
it's
kept
one of those
coming
things,
back
like from a coaching staff thing, that he was, touting Elite Terry and the job he's done on the offensive line yesterday. And I thought that was important to point out because their offensive line going into the year will be a question mark for a lot of people. Rightfully so. They've only got 2 starters back, a lot of new faces. That's seemingly been a question 2 or 3 years in a row of like, what are you going to do with offensive line? Connerly left, first-round pick. How are you going to replace that? And what have they been 3 years in a row? They've been a Joe Moore Award finalist 3 years in a row. And so there is a level of trust that he has built in these categories that puts me a little bit at ease at the start of the year.
We'll see if we can get the Lanning audio to work on the other side. We got Big Ten coaching audio, Ryan Day, who you've already actually heard, Bob Chesney, the really popular pick in the Big Ten to overperform in year 1, and an all-time rant about a college football blue blood. We'll get to that as well. Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more. 742 on the Fan. Welcome back in. The ship is a-sailing.
Which way are we going? I don't know.
Dude, we'll let the wind take us where we go. It's been a fun show. Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA. It's available for a limited time. Today, I've been told it tastes just like Dusty Hera.
Ooh, that's a good taste right
So
there.
you can taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA.
We need a name for Dusty Hera's hairdo. Because you know how Gundy had like what was they called? The Mississippi, Kentucky waterfall? What did he call it? Mike Gundy down at Oklahoma State. Didn't we call his mullet something?
The Mississippi waterfall?
Was it the Mississippi
I
waterfall?
Thought so, yeah.
He's got, the lock's over. We need a name for that.
So
the flow's looking good.
An off-air conversation I'm going to put on air.
Sure.
So there is 2 people on my Hood to Coast team, like in my van, and we have a shared love and affinity for Diet Coke.
Yes.
And I had a Diet Coke after the show.
Right.
And Brandman was there, and I took a photo, and I sent it to the 2 people.
One of them may or may not have been related to, or not related to, but in the family of.
Definitely somebody that's tasted the Fan.
Yes.
The brand man.
I got it.
And I sent a photo to them. And it was funny because the first response was, God, that hair's flowing. And I was like, yeah, he's got it going.
He's got a good head of hair right now.
You can pull it.
I'm incredibly jealous.
I don't know what he's going for right now.
I don't know what we're going to name
curious
it.
to see where it's going to end up.
Maybe in the next break we'll take a picture of the brand man's hair and tweet it out, and then we could listener suggestions of the hair. Well, we got our street reporters on it. Get at the bottom of it. Let's name the hairdo.
Why do we want to take a photo of his hair and tweet it out? It's ridiculous.
The people demand to see it.
Well, how long is he going?
I don't know.
How long would make you actually uncomfortable? If it gets past his ears, I'm going to kind of wonder.
I think if it gets
what's the goal here?
If it gets to shoulder length, I'm wondering.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Is he just want to do like the
slow
head turn where the hair flows back and forth?
You want to be a man bun guy?
A lot of questions.
You a man bun guy over there?
I could see him being a man bun guy.
He could definitely pull off the man bun.
Like super fit man bun guy.
Yeah.
Who comes up, makes you and your wife feel uncomfortable because you think he's just trying to instruct her and not you.
Living an organic lifestyle.
Encouragement.
Yeah.
Slap the butt. What? What's going on here?
It seems like it's getting a little racy.
I'm delaying because, again, I got to be honest with you. I'm really nervous about the audio at this point.
This time it's definitely going to work.
Swag's putting me in a trust tree.
This time it's for sure
Says, trust me here, fellas. I've redone it. It's ready to go.
Everything's fine.
Let's start with this. Big takeaway people observed. Evan Stewart got a shout-out.
Yes, he did. On multiple platforms.
Dan Lanning, Evan Stewart's coming back. Didn't play last year. Missed the game against Ohio State. Here we go. Evan Stewart with the Corian Moore. Buckle up, baby. Dan Lanning on Evan Stewart.
Evan Stewart's had a really good offseason, and he was out for us last year. He was injured during the year. But I'm really excited about what Evan can bring to our team this year. We have a lot of great players, so it's unfair for me to pick one. But he's had a great offseason. I'm excited to see what he can create this year.
And he is somebody that if you're not in the Oregon bubble, I think you're a college football fan, you go, God, Evan Stewart's still playing college football, huh?
He's still around, man. He's still around, and it was a big takeaway for me yesterday. Lanning hates that question. He sidesteps that question every time he gets it. He does not like to individually call out players. He gets asked that a million times at Media Day stuff. Who's one guy who stood out? Like, and it's just, I don't want to call one guy out because then another player might see that and say, well, why didn't you call me out? And it just creates a whole problem. That's why it was unique, and it wasn't just on in front of the general media. He did it on McAfee's show. Everywhere he was asked, hey, can you give me a shout out of a guy who's looking really good? It was Evan Stewart, and that's a massive takeaway for me because this is supposed to be the best wide receiver room in the history of Oregon football, and I don't even know if it's close to paid because having Stewart, DeCorian Moore, and McClellan as your top 3, and then adding in all the other 5-star recruits and depth pieces who might pop and have good year ones and kind of have their breakout moments. Like, they got a lot to work with there. If you get Evan Stewart back to the level of player he was 2 years ago, where he had to deal with some injuries, but over 600 yards and 5 touchdowns, and you get a healthy DeCorian Moore, you have one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country, and that has never been a position of strength for Oregon. It has always been a weakness for them, and so now, if that is the case this year, it's a nice, pleasant surprise.
Can you give me, is there a name for you that would be the Malik Benson of the team this year? The guy who we've heard the name, but there's zero investment in terms of being productive and becomes probably the best playmaker that you had outside of
right.
a couple guys last year. He really stepped up for them.
It's tough because you have the mix of guys who are coming. Like, there's going to be new names this year. Like, Iverson Hooks was their guy they brought in the portal, who was their Tez Johnson type, little slot guy, quick.
So, like, is that a name we should be talking
without
about
a name?
bit more?
Without a doubt, that's a name you should be talking about. And then outside of that, I think that's the only kind of transfer type guy that they brought in.
Yeah.
The rest of them is which of the young guys do it. Remember, they have Gatlin Bear coming in, who was a 5-star recruit 2 years ago, went on a 2-year mission, and is now starting his freshman year.
Okay.
He's the fastest guy on the team. He's like a world-class track athlete.
His name is Gatlin Bear.
Do you remember his dad played at Oregon? Brendan Bear was a defensive lineman.
I don't remember.
Sure, I don't blame me there, but years ago he was a very good. And then you got a lot of freshmen who are, your Messiah Hampton was one of the big guys in last year's class. So then it's who's the Decorian Moore, who's the young guy who pops and maybe plays right away, because that will be an opportunity as well. Gatlin Bear is probably the one I circle because he's a freshman, but he's 20 years old because of his 2-year mission.
Dan Lanning yesterday at Big Ten Media Day we named a couple of them there. Key guys coming back for Oregon.
I think every one of those guys felt like there was an opportunity for them to grow and something left out on the table that they really want to try to take advantage of. And, nobody's going to have higher expectations than we will, but there's a difference in this team and last year's team. We had a lot of talent last year. Now a lot of that talent has experience, and I think that experience is invaluable, especially in a conference like the Big Ten with the opponents we have to play.
Also talked about getting over the hump in the college football playoff.
The great thing about every year is there's changes that happen regardless, right? We have new schemes, we have new people, you have new coordinators this year, new players. Changes happen, but our more than anything, it's going to serve as motivation for us. We're right there, certainly close to be able to accomplish it. Only one team gets to taste it. Mm-hmm. So we got a chance to go, continue to improve, see what the best version of us is, and see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, expectation, title, or bust. I hate that expression because bust is dumb. What are you going to do? You fire Dan Lanning? It's ridiculous. But, so yesterday, some Lanning snippets. We can get to more, I guess, in the final hour because we're already kind of against it. I did want to play this. He was on one of the podcasts doing the
Cover 3 podcast.
Cover 3, thank you. Yeah. I was blanking on that. And he was basically given logo that would pop up on a screen in front of him, and he could only describe one word with the other Big Ten team logos. No shocking development what logo they put up in front of him. You'll be able to tell by his answer.
It's going to be one Big Ten logo. We just want the first thing that comes to mind.
Here we go.
We've got it on the screen right here.
8.
Yeah.
That's perfect. What's funny is I respect this team, but we want to beat them.
Yeah.
We want to beat the dog out of them every time we get to play them, and they're a really, really tough opponent. Coach Fish does a great job, but you got to say hate.
You got to love that.
Can't wait to make it 3 in a row in November. How many in a row will they win?
Go for a decade.
You can get to 12 in a row again. You'll always have 2023, though, Washington.
Remember how Chip Kelly would answer that question? Yeah, nameless faceless opponent. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay.
It is really refreshing to see a coach have a quote.
Did you guys hate that? Can you tell me?
Hated that.
It was the worst part of it.
It always meant more. We knew it meant more. He knew it meant more.
Back when even at Oregon State stuff meant a lot, and Washington obviously always meant a lot.
USC was still the big king of the conference kind of back then when Chip took over. Yeah.
There's not one opponent. Shut up. Just shut up. You're lucky you're good right now.
Playing Arizona is not the same as playing Washington or USC or Oregon State. We all know it. Come on, man.
We got more Big Ten Media Day. We still have a couple Dan Lanning cuts we can get to. I do want to play one person's take on a college football blue blood that I agree with. We got NFL to get into, and it's a Magic Hat Thursday. Hour 3 and 4, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
2-0 to Benny. And a pickoff play. It goes into left field. Murakami gets up. He will score. And we are tied here in the 11th.
John Schifrin, Chicago Sports Network. The Yankees tried to pick off a stolen base attempt. Goes into the outfield. White Sox score the tying run in the 11th inning. The Yankees are 1-7 in extra inning games this season. That's the worst record in Major League Baseball.
Can we hit them with the Yankees lose? Always feels good.
Who's stinking it up? The New York Yankees on the road in extra innings. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure the AC is working smoothly. And they have got a great tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains Certified Techs, ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainshomeservices.com.
Update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, national champion head coach Curt Cignetti highlighting day 3 of Big Ten football media days in Chicago. Kyle Whittingham, now at Michigan, will take the podium, as well as Jedd Fisch from Washington. Coverage starts at 9:30 this morning on the Big Ten Network. Portland Timbers have announced the signing of Dutch forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer. He's played the last 4 seasons with Royal Antwerp FC. Timbers set to host Seattle this Saturday at Providence Park. Final major of the year on the LPGA Tour, the AIG Women's Open from Royal Lytham. Heron Yu from South Korea is your leader, 5 under par. If she can hold on, it would be a 3rd straight major to finish the season. She's got a 1-shot lead over Yelimi No of the United States and Spanish amateur Paula Martin Sampedro. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your days are off to a great start. You got a lot to get to in the next 2 hours of radio. We have the Magic Hat coming up 1 hour from now.
You like your Magic Hat?
I love my Magic Hat, although I'm a little skittish currently because I sent 3 audio things for the Magic Hat, and now I don't know where my confidence level is that they're going to work.
Completely
Ryan Day
separate
gonna play?
piece of real estate in our system. They're
Should
fine.
we? Okay.
They're fine.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Take a play, and it's PJ Fleck.
I did not have
girl.
PJ Fleck
Row in the boat.
in my notes, man. Well, lots to get to this hour of radio. We may or may not have a guest in 3 minutes. I don't know, so we'll just kind of proceed as is. We'll see if somebody answers their phone, and if they do, we'll go from there.
Well, it's college football-based guest, and so it's all like kind of a roll of the dice at this point because he said yes, but we never got a confirmation on the time.
Yes, we asked if this time works, and then he did not respond to the text of this time working. He could be very busy. There's a lot of stuff going on right now.
I know this is a fun time of year, I think, especially college football, right? Like, we're all pretty excited to have football back in our lives in a few
week
weeks.
away from the first preseason NFL game. 1 week from tonight.
I don't want to think about that yet. I'm not ready to go there.
I'm jonesing for Panthers football.
I'm always a little like, oh, okay, when you get people that come out of the woodwork a little bit on this, and she's been related to the conference, but did you see Laura Rutledge on McAfee?
Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes,
I didn't pull the audio, but she was basically talking about the SEC, and she said the competition within the SEC is so difficult that 9 games of craziness week in and week out, a little different than other parts, other conferences. Furthermore, they're gassed.
Can I ask a question? Follow up here. Laura Rutledge, a.k.a. Brandon Sprague.
Laura Rutledge fan.
Big Laura Rutledge fan. She's also a big SEC gal. She's on the SEC network.
Yep.
Quick follow-up, Laura.
Used to be.
Oh, is she not anymore?
I think she does just NFL
stuff.
now,
I don't blame her there. How many seasons has the SEC played 9 conference games?
I like 2 or 3. I don't. Is it? Oh, this is year 1?
This is year 1.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So how do we know what it's going to look like?
Well, the 8 games have been hard enough.
That was just a chuckle I had reading that of like they've literally never done this.
Well,
so how do we know it's going to be the meat grinder that we all think it's going to be?
Because 8's been hard enough.
Okay,
Come on, Dirt.
They can't have a situation in the SEC like in the Big Ten where you randomly get Mississippi State, Arkansas, Kentucky, who are the bad teams in the SEC, and they all fall on your conference schedule for 1 year. It can't work that way as well, where some teams are going to get the benefit of an easier schedule. Come on, Laura. Come on.
I think
on-air producing. Can't go right now. Maybe later in the show. I'm trying to see.
Well, I mean, not 9 o'clock.
Okay.
We're not bumping Magic Hat.
Magic Hat's too important. I got good stuff in the Magic Hat today.
Stuff to get to
we got TCB in it, all right?
What I would say on what you're talking about, though, is my takeaway, and we have day 3 today. Jed Fish will talk. We'll have Signetti. My takeaway so far 2 days in is how composed and non-combative the Big Ten has been to what the SEC just showed us last week.
Lanning had a couple of those. Somebody asked him on a breakaway interview, basically, what do you make of the SEC Big Ten debate? And he was like, well, how do you judge the best conference? And the person was like, national championship.
Yeah, but he also was complimentary in that answer. I heard that answer.
Yes, he was.
Petiti talked about trying to work with Sankey, how he thinks it's 24, and he wants to work with Greg Sankey, not we're running this S right now. You had the Bielema thing, but he was also complimentary of the SEC, whereas the SEC's like, it's unfair. We're going to break away. None of this is right. Like, that was my takeaway of SEC Media Day. And the Big Ten could have came in and just dunked on them.
Yeah.
And they've noted, like, yeah, we won the titles, but also they've been like, well, but they're great. And I trust our leader. It's like
it's easier to say that too when you have the upper hand in the debate, right? Because they have the position of leverage right now.
Well, they also know at any given season that could switch
right
in a
like
blink
how
of an
different
eye.
is the messaging 3 years from now if we go Georgia, Texas, LSU win the next 3 national championships? Then it'll be all, SEC's the best conference. Look at us. Everybody kiss our feet. Look at it. We dominate the sport. And the Big Ten will try and make arguments about how good their conference is. I'm with you, though. That's a pretty tired old debate. Let's have some fun with audio, and hopefully all the audio works. TBD on some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a famous media personality going on a rant against a blue blood college football program.
It's a 2-minute clip. I loved it, and I actually look. It's performative. Yes. Found myself kind of going, I think he got me. I think he got me.
Anytime he rants on anything, I will listen. Now, the majority of them, you're like, oh, God, what are we doing right now? But I'm going to pop back on me. Everybody enjoy. Doggy on Notre Dame.
Somewhere, George Gipper, Ronald Reagan, Johnny Lujack, Newt Rockney is sitting there saying, what? What are we doing? What, Notre Dame doesn't have enough money? Notre Dame prints money. They got the deal with NBC. It's Notre Dame. They got millions of alumni folks coming to their games on a week-to-week basis to see the grotto and, touchdown Jesus and all the, I think, and I had a kid who went there, so I went to all the games myself. The nonsense involved in, like, God wants Notre Dame to win football games. Really? But what Notre Dame is doing right now, with this patch with SoFi and getting $18 million. Let Ohio State do it. Who cares about Ohio State? Ohio State, nobody looks at Ohio. They're a football factory. We understand Ohio State. They're great, but it's a football factory. All right, that's what Ohio State is. They do things like that. Notre Dame, there's more of an accountability. It's the Fighting Irish. It's Newt Rockney. It's 1934. Again, it's Lou Jack. It's Lou Holtz. It's everybody. And to sit there, if I look at this is Notre Dame. This right here. This is Notre Dame football. The Newt. Look at Rockney, who died in that poor plane crash. Look at Rockney, the 4 horsemen of Notre Dame. This is Notre Dame, named by Grantland Rice. If you didn't know that, I don't know what that, forget what it's called. And look at him, yes, sir, the Gipper, Ronald Reagan. And they're going to sit there and wear that asinine SoFi patch because of a couple of dollars. I mean, this is the same Notre Dame who there's the stupid patch, enough of the patch. The same Notre Dame that did nothing but scream and yell last year of how they got buried with the tournament committee not getting into the NCAA top 12, which they shouldn't have gotten in. The committee did a great job. They moaned and groaned about that, and so to pay us back, they're going to wear a patch and get paid $18 million. Give me a break. I'm embarrassed. And I had a daughter who went to Notre Dame, graduated magna cum laude.
Magnum cum laude would be a great drop there at the end. Yeah,
Colorado.
it is hilarious that the Ohio State news broke a couple days ago that they were going to get the Chase sponsorship, and it was like $17-18 million a year, and it's like, oh my God, that is a lot of money.
I'm actually going to defend something here at the end of what you're
Well, and then
say.
SoFi jumped in. Notre Dame broke the record in like 4 hours. They
did.
got the SoFi patch on their jersey, and I think the report was 19 to 20 a year.
I think it's in that range.
Somewhere in
yeah.
that range where all the jerseys at Notre Dame Athletics will have that. Is that the most expensive one in college athletics?
Notre Dame?
Yeah, like of a jersey.
Yeah, I think it's at the record.
Is it will anybody top it, do you think?
I don't know if anybody will.
Because I don't know how many, like, does Alabama have one?
Michigan has a lot of deep pockets.
Does Michigan have one yet? I don't know if I've seen the report.
I don't know. I enjoyed the jokes about Oregon's going to add the Nike swoosh. And
Double
there was
swoosh.
Two swooshes.
Two swooshes on
It's
each side. That's pretty solid.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Don't overlook Indiana, who suddenly has a lot of money because the donor base is massive.
Yeah.
I thought about this. I do enjoy it. There is a sacred nature of sports jerseys. I logically understand business and why we do this in sports in all leagues.
$20 million is $20 million.
I also find myself being a little bit of a traditionalist and wish our jerseys didn't have patches. I have a Dame Lillard Blazer jersey that's forever going to have BioFreeze on it.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that, right? Like NASCAR has been doing it for years, but this is different. All jokes aside, I thought about this. We given a lot of grief to the Big 12. Why did we do that?
The Monster Energy $20 million deal.
So I was really thinking, every conference has their conference logo on their jerseys. The Pac-12 is going to have one on Oregon State's.
Yep.
The Big Ten has one.
B1G.
SEC. If you think about the deal the Big 12 got, I don't think it's a great deal because of the amount of branding they're getting out of that price. But it's not really what we made it out to be if you think about it. You're already going to have the Big 12 logo on your jersey, correct?
Yes.
Now you're just adding the 3 swoosh or 3 stripe monster thing next to it. It's still the same patch. It's just slightly bigger. You can still go sell.
Is that how they're doing it with the patch?
That's what they're doing.
Okay.
So if you look in the basketball courts, have this on the courts now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was Kansas. I saw a photo. Kansas has this. Where the Big Ten logo was on Kansas's court, it's that, but it's just got the monster logo adjacent next to it.
So just in the mix of the conference logo.
So wherever the patch is for the Big 12 jersey,
got it. So you could double dip the chip technically.
you can
and
still
sell
double
your
dip.
own.
You've just gotten an extra $1 million. Now
Right.
it's still a low price point for a whole conference. Sure. You can still go sell your university, get a SoFi-like patch for fill in the blank for BYU. BYU could go get $8 million for their own.
Right.
You still have the Monster Energy Big 12 logo.
That makes sense. I didn't think about it in that way.
It's not like SoFi's
That's the
patch.
jersey patch for every jersey, and that's the only one you can have.
You can still go sell another
Makes sense.
patch.
Yeah, this is I'm with you. The conundrum of the finances, I understand. How do I tell them to say no to $20 million a year?
They're always looking for more money.
Right. How much what's Notre Dame's TV payout every year?
I don't know, but they have MEC's their network.
I know they have their own network
crazy.
every year. I don't know if it's on the level of the SEC and the Big Ten. Like they make about $50 million estimated annually, which is a great payout.
Pretty damn good to have your own channel.
That's great. But then the Big Ten, if you're on a full share in the Big Ten right now, what is it, $70-something million, right? In the SEC, somewhere in that range, I believe.
Okay, so also let me follow up and ask this real quick. Do they get any ACC rev share?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. How many schools?
Hold on. Yes, they do.
Okay, so you got to throw that in.
They get $17 million annually,
so they're
estimated.
$67 million,
Yes.
and that's probably before sponsorship, by the way. So now you got probably another 10. How many institutions would ditch the media contract and conference they're currently in to have their own standalone cable
and their own
television
schedule,
network,
make your own schedule every
along
year.
with being able to dabble in other conference revenue and make basically the same, if not more.
The most Darren Ravel take of all time, too, because it is unique. You mentioned having the Lillard jersey with the BioFreeze. Not all places that sell jerseys have the patch on. Like some places you buy the jersey and it just has the jersey. They don't sell it. But some places do sell it. Mm-hmm. And Ravel went on a rant about how he wants the corporate patch on there because if you don't have the corporate patch, it's not the authentic jersey. And isn't the point of buying a jersey buying the authentic jersey? And if it doesn't say SoFi on it and you bought a Notre Dame jersey, are you buying the authentic Notre Dame jersey?
Ridiculous.
It's like, dude, that is the nerdiest, douchiest take I have. Stuff him in a locker. Sometimes his content is good. That's just a ridiculous take. I love that rant by Doggy. Notre Dame is,
Were you surprised they sold the patch?
No, I'm not, because money's what matters in college athletics right now. It's like at the end of the day, all these places are thinking about is dollar bills.
But like, imagine. I mean, I guess you'd have to go to a similar like aged team of like the Yankees having a patch.
Yeah, do they have a patch?
I'm pretty sure they don't.
Because baseball, you can have patches.
I know. Do the Red Sox and Yankees and Cubs have patches?
That's a great question. You know how
Outside of
little
the MLB
baseball
logo?
I've watched this year.
I've
couldn't
seen
tell
their
you.
highlights. I've been seeing the highlights of all these. I haven't seen patches that I can remember.
Let me see.
How odd is that? You imagine a Yankee uniform with a patch?
That's the point of the Notre Dame thing of like, this is the most iconic,
That's why I'm
one
saying
of the
they're
most iconic
alone.
in the sport.
Baseballs are on
They
the
do.
sleeves, though. So
Star Insurance is the
There you
patch
go.
for the Yankees.
Is it on the? So it's on the sleeve.
It's on the sleeve.
Yep.
So it's not like next to the NY logo or anything like
Nothing
that.
sacred anymore, dude.
Nothing anymore, dude.
No, I
Red
think
Sox.
The Dodgers have one on the sleeve.
That's another iconic jersey.
Yeah.
That would bother me, man.
Did they get one of the FBI that investigated Shohei Ohtani? Mass Mutual is the Boston Red Sox sleeve jersey.
God.
Yeah, nothing sacred anymore, man.
So Notre Dame got roughly 20 mil. Let's just call it for argument's sake 20 million. So they're making almost 80 in TV money.
Yes, yeah, 77.
They're
plus,
making almost 100 before
if
ticket
they make
sales
the college
and
football
merch.
playoff too, they don't split a they get a full
They get a
share.
full share of it.
The other
That's
conferences
right.
share it. So if they make the college football playoff, that's another $12 to $13 million annually.
So if you count tickets and merch plus what they make, they're making probably well over 120 plus million.
They
a
are
year.
swimming in money right
Yeah.
now. Life is good for Notre Dame. And they're allowed to do whatever they want. They don't even need to be in a conference. What a world.
SoFi.
What a world.
You associate SoFi with South Bend, Indiana?
Not in any way, shape,
I'm
or
thinking
form.
of like sex between Herbert and Beer. I'm thinking
Yeah.
Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Stafford. I'm thinking McVay.
This is when you know we're in synergy. That is a phenomenal transition. Are you ready for this one?
Always.
Are you ready for some
I'm
marriage
always
advice?
ready to be in transition.
You need anybody out there need to spice things up in your love life? You need a little marriage advice? What is the advice from somebody who gives great advice? Here you go.
Yeah, we thought that. You started.
Did you ask him?
Yeah, we asked him that, and he said sometime this summer. he told us that, and
The Kay Adams reaction.
and then he told us. He didn't tell us exactly when he was doing it. You know, that was him. But then he told us.
Yeah.
He told us in the quarterback room. We all had a nice high five, and hey, pull it down. She said yes. So it's I'm a romantic.
Any love advice for Justin? What's the best marriage advice you've got?
To attack each day with an enthusiasm
Unknown to
mankind, together.
Who's got it better than us? And an enthusiasm unknown to mankind are two things I have loved from that man.
I watched a lot of that. Kay Adams was at Charger camp yesterday, and I was laughing my ass off, dude. Harbaugh is always entertaining.
She
He's hilarious.
debatably has the best camp tour of any media member.
It's fantastic. She
'Cause
gets
goes
stuff
to all the good ones.
And let's also be honest, she gets content that other people can't get. She gets guys to have a personality and an openness that other media members just cannot accomplish.
Because she's good at her job.
She's fantastic at her
She
job.
really is, though. Like you
She
can say, well,
is.
she's hot, and they
She
feel comfortable.
is.
She asks great questions
Dude.
that gives us funny, great answers.
The funniest takeaway for me is how much the Harbaughs are the Mandelbaums from Seinfeld, because the last name is so synonymous that when Jim was talking about his daughter, because they went on for like 10 minutes about this Madison Beer Justin Herbert engagement, and every time he referenced Madison Beer, he mentioned that his daughter, who is 15 years old, is a massive Madison Beer fan, and so she's all over this, like following Madison Beer around the sideline when she's at practice or games or whatever.
So she's going to be at the wedding.
Yes. Every time he mentioned his daughter, whose name is Katie, you know what he called her? Katie Harbaugh. You know, Katie Harbaugh, big fan. Katie Harbaugh, big Madison Beer fan. Katie Harbaugh, he used her full name like 7 or 8 times.
Her dad?
Her dad, Jim. You know, Katie Harbaugh, Katie Harbaugh, Katie Harbaugh. And I was just laughing of like, that is such a Harbaugh thing to use your last name every time you bring it up.
Who's daddy better than us?
Now, the follow-up is Taylor Swift had Dean Blandino at her wedding. Is Kay Adams at Justin Herbert Madison Beer?
Ooh, based on
is
that
it beer
reaction.
or beers?
Beer.
I'm thinking
I
of
think it's
Reagan
just
Beers
beer.
then, aren't I? Oregon State.
There was a football player, too. Remember Rowdy Beers?
Rowdy Beers.
He's still playing. He was in that Mandel article I looked at yesterday with Ty
He's
Thompson
still
in there.
in.
He's still playing college football. He's still around. There's good love advice. So if you're looking for ways to make sure your marriage stays solid, you attack each day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind together.
Jim's definitely high-fiving his wife after sex.
Without a doubt. Great session. Way to go, babe.
Then drinking milk.
2%.
in tighty whities,
none of that
just
candy
standing in the kitchen.
Let's replenish our fluids here, okay?
Dad?
How about that? Katie Harbaugh, go back to bed.
Do you think Jim Harbaugh has khaki boxer shorts?
No, I legitimately believe he's a whitey tighty man. But like
he absolutely is a whitey tighty guy.
Bigger whitey tighties that aren't form fitting.
Oh, they're a little droopy?
Slightly droopy, and he's just out there shirtless in his whitey ties. Milk.
There was a clip that happened, or that was put out yesterday by the Chargers. And Seahawks fans are probably excited for them to be on Hard Knocks. Maybe you like the attention, maybe you don't. I don't know. But I always like getting like the behind-the-scenes look at my team. There was a clip of him and McDaniel running around yesterday at training camp that I just thought to myself, we are missing such a golden opportunity of that being Hard Knocks this year. Their interactions are so fascinating. You could not have a more yin and yang individuals from a personality standpoint than Harbaugh and McDaniel. And I wish that was the Hard Knocks this year because they're great. Last thing, by the way, because you pulled it, we didn't get to it in the cafe earlier. Here is Herbert on, hey, a little bit of pressure. A little bit of pressure this year.
I think there's always a sense of urgency. I think every year you're doing your best, working as hard as you can, and I think the guys are focused and dialed in this year. And I thought OTAs went great. Camp, I'm looking forward to all the work that we're going to put in, and I think guys are really excited about it.
One of the most boring quote mans that exists in all of professional sports, but there is Justin Herbert. Hey, did you guys know there's a little bit of pressure on them to win a playoff game this year? You aware of that?
I'm going.
My answer to that would be, who the F cares?
I'm excited to see what the offense is going to look like with McDaniel. It's a pretty pivotal spot for him. They have to be good. If he is, he'll get another head coaching gig. If he's not, it's going to be a one-year thing. Yeah. And I think Harbaugh will move on because they're so oil and water. I still hate how they did not add
another weapon.
A weapon
would have been nice.
A weapon that makes you at least feel like, ooh, yeah, here we go.
Ooh, there's still one available. Isn't Stephon Diggs technically still available?
I mean, I'm not
if
a big
you want to dabble in those waters,
but hey, he was fine with New England last year.
If they signed Stephon Diggs, would he be their best wide receiver?
No.
Ladd McConkey?
I still probably
QJ?
Well, I mean, God, that feels weird to say no to that because my answer's Ladd McConkey.
Is Ladd McConkey their best wide receiver? Ladd McConkey's he serves he's a good wide receiver.
Was Edelman a one?
No. But he had
one Super Bowl.
They did. So just go be the New England Patriots. There's your answer for the day. Go be the New England Patriots. You'll figure it out. There is a little bit of marriage advice from Jim Harbaugh.
By the way, poll question's up.
Okay, got the poll question up.
Do you hate corporate sponsors on sports jerseys? Yes, get off. No, get that money.
Get that dollar bills. Some more audio from Big Ten Media Days, and we'll do a little peekaboo for the day that is ahead of Big Ten Media Days. Is day 3, the final day of Big Ten Media Days, kicking off here in a little bit. We'll dive back into some college football next on The Fan.
First on the Fan, final day of Big Ten football media days in Chicago. Among the headliners, Kyle Whittingham in his first year as Michigan head coach, Jedd Fisch of the Huskies, and national champion Curt Cignetti from Indiana, all scheduled to speak to the media. Coverage on the Big Ten Network starts at 9:30 this morning. The injuries continue to stack up here in the first week of NFL training camps. Serious one in Cincinnati. 2025 first-round pick defensive end Shamar Stewart carted off the practice field with a left leg injury. He was later seen on crutches with a protective brace on his leg. Portland Timbers set to resume their schedule after MLS All-Star festivities. They host the Seattle Sounders Saturday at Providence Park. We'll see if the new signing is in uniform. Dutch forward Vincent Janssen coming to the Timbers on a free transfer. Spent the last 4 seasons playing for Royal Antwerp FC. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in, 8:28. Happy Thursday morning, everybody. We've got the Magic Hat coming up, top of the hour. Excited for that. Got some good audio in there.
Who do you feel the most satisfactory about telling no to in a sales-like situation? So, like, let's remove our opening segment conversation of the door-to-door
The door-to-door
salesman,
person
okay?
is out the conversation.
No religion, no business, okay?
Yeah.
So let's remove that from the equation here. Who is it that you get bothered by or asked about a product that you actually enjoy doing the thanks, no thanks?
That's a good question.
Because there's always an element of me when I joke about like the guys that want to clean your shoes for $30.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, dude. They're just out there trying to make a buck.
Sure.
It's not probably a lucrative business.
They're easy to ignore. I just walk by, head down.
One of the first I don't
You
know
don't
if
even
this
say no thanks.
No.
One of this one probably, I don't know if this is number one. It's just one that's popping into my head right now. I usually get the truck serviced at a dealership when I'd get it serviced. And every time I'm there, if it ends up being a case where I hang out, there will inevitably be somebody.
Hey, can you
Hey,
anything?
You want me to buy that truck from you? You want to buy a new truck, huh? Like, no. I'm okay, man. It still rides. It hasn't fallen apart, and I don't want an extra addition on my monthly payment. No, thank you. I don't know if that's number one, but I do get a nice feeling of like, dude, I'm just sitting here scrolling my phone. They're changing my oil. I'm going to be out of here in 45 minutes. I'm not buying a truck on a Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning.
You know, that's the dealership's a good one because I was at one yesterday, and my lease is coming up, so we got some information. What's the next step? What I want to do? And it turns, of course, into the full-on,
oh, here we go.
Get you in this car off the lot tonight, make your decision now, right? And the wife and I were like, we're not going to do
What's
that.
it going to take to get you to drive off the lot today in a new car?
And you always know when the guy behind the desk that you've never met, when he comes over, now it's time to close this situation.
Here comes the manager. They're going to give you a deal that nobody's ever seen before. And that deal's only here today because I'm in a good mood.
And he comes over, he says hi, and then he tells us this little spiel that we'd have been there at this point now for 80 minutes, almost an hour and a half. And it's 7 o'clock. We have not eaten dinner. And I'm sitting there, and the wife knows I'm actually pretty bad. I will be very receptive to your spiel. I might even, feel the pressure of making that decision. I'm not actually very good in it. And the guy leans over, and my wife said nothing. Stone cold, just looking at him. And he goes, all right, well, I've told him everything. How are you feeling? And she turns, looks at me, looks back at the guy, and goes, I'm starving. And I go, yeah, I think we're going to have to sit on this, and we're going to go get some dinner. And he went, okay, nice to meet you. And he got right the hell out of there.
That is phenomenal.
It was
Round of applause for Mrs. Sprague.
And I told her, I was like, you got to save me. I'm bad in these moments. You have to save me.
Look at me. Look at me. Look in the eye. I'm hungry.
And we got.
You think I'm going to buy a car while I'm hungry? You know what I am? I'm angry because I'm hungry.
No.
That is fantastic.
So I'm with you. The car dealership guy feels good to say no to, and I will also throw in it the repair guy. Like if you go to a standard Jiffy Lube for an oil change.
Yeah.
Your filter's looking a little dirty. And then they go through the laundry list to say, just the oil change.
You know, your turbo plugs here, they're going to need to be done pretty soon. Do you know what a turbo plug is? Let me tell you about those things, okay? How's your ball bearings looking in here?
Your wipers aren't wiping all the way. We got wipers.
That's one you can look at. If you can't do wipers at home on your own, that's a very easy YouTube one. Wipers are not very difficult to replace.
I'm not going to pretend that I haven't paid for the wipers.
I mean, we've all done it at times, but if you're ever in a moment of damn, my wipers are ass and I need new ones, just order them and put them on yourself. It's very simple. You don't need to do it at a place like that. Multiple people. First three that came in, boom, boom, boom. And maybe I just don't get this very much, and I don't expect the Costco cell phone people.
Oh, see, I blow by
Costco cell phone.
That's right. I don't know.
I blow by
my Costco
them.
is more
they
like
trying to sell cell phones at Costco now.
Barbecues, Traegers, or knives.
The Traegers are there.
I get the knives or the Traegers at my Costco, and I'd say immediate.
No, they very quickly because I'm I know where I'm going when I go into Costco, and I also am a pull the cart behind me, not a push from behind.
Wait,
pull the cart behind you, guy.
Because I don't know what it is about the two Costcos I go to. There are more wanderers in there, and I'm like,
that's every Costco.
Yeah, it's a mass of humanity. Nobody's paying attention.
Don't the one that gets me.
Costco's not quick. Don't.
Yeah, it can be quick.
No,
I know exactly where I'm going. I
Is
got
Costco
figured out.
Don't. Yes or no?
I'm going to go get a rotisserie chicken and get out of here. That's all I needed.
Yeah, right. You're going to look at their plush pillows.
I'm going to buy some diamond earrings, too, while I'm here. Why not?
Ask yourself, am I going to wear Costco pants tomorrow?
Do I need a new 74-inch TV? Because, God, I might need a new 74-inch TV.
Are those K-Sig golf balls $4 off right now? I got to check.
Basically Pro V1s.
I mean, I play them all the time. I love them.
But the ones that drive me the most nuts are the ones that you scan your little card now to go in, and they take about 10 steps, and it's still you're by the TVs and then all the specials right there, and then they have to stop and take inventory for some reason. You didn't know.
I agree with that. Totally fair point. That
go
definitely
in and
happens.
Find somewhere to pull off.
You can't put an 85-inch 4K flat screen right when I walk in, and it has a butterfly flying in the Amazon.
Swag is right here. Have a game plan. You're going to Costco. Have a game plan.
There's side rows to go down with the TVs and the stereos.
This is not ad-libbing. This is not jazz. We have sheet music. Follow the sheet music.
Exactly.
Okay?
I'm going to disagree.
We're not free. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop.
Let me chime in
you
here.
got your list.
Right
you got
there.
your plan. You get into Costco. You get the job done.
Look, I understand you go down in the Christmas section and the stand-up paddle boards and the
gazebos and
the
saunas.
The summer furniture is gone. Whatever you want. The Blackstones down there. You can get lost down there a little bit, but that's well into the belly of Costco.
You don't want the TV watcher.
The one right there, 10 steps after you get in.
That definitely happens.
And you're trying to all right, I'm here. I need to get back to, the grocery section. I need some paper products in bulk.
They're just standing there taking their list out of their purse.
Yeah, but-
get out of
Or
the
the
way.
ones where the whole family comes in and there's 6 of them and they're all wide rather than in a single file. It's like, what is this, NASCAR? You the damn pace car? Sorry.
I'm a little worried we're going to keep going with this topic because you're venturing into some dangerous territory. I'll say this. I don't disagree with your feeling. I will disagree with this idea that you think everybody has a grand master plan of Costco execution. I have a theory that it's as packed as it is, not just for the savings, not just for the samples, but because for a lot of people, sadly, it's something to do. And they're in there to go, do I like pants today? Do I want a sweatshirt? What about batteries? What about a smoke detector?
If I ever get to that point in life, just take me out back.
You've never just gone to a Costco?
Never in a million years.
No.
Knowing you need one item and saying,
I won't go to Costco if I need one item.
Oh.
I'll wait to buy that one item until I need more than one item, and then I'll go get it at Costco.
I've gone to Costco knowing I need almond milk and eggs, and I've been in there for 40 minutes.
See, now here's the follow-up.
Because I perused.
I get the point. Why do you go to there for the almond milk and the eggs? Just because of the bulk?
Yeah.
You need that many eggs?
Well, we're big egg family.
I get it. You like your eggs?
The Wilcox free range.
Yeah. They got good egg there, good quality egg there.
Great quality
Love
egg.
the Costco egg.
That yolk is dark orange. It is a great healthy bird. I'm getting that egg. And if I've learned anything from Harbaugh, you don't trust a nervous bird.
No.
So if your yolks are not dark orange, you had a nervous bird egg, and I ain't in on that.
No.
So they got good eggs.
Yeah,
I usually need to get the 3 items. Once I get the 3 items, then I'm like, okay.
I can make a run to Costco.
Boom, boom. I know where I'm going.
I don't think I've ever bought fewer than 10 things at Costco.
See,
I've gone in for 2 or I've never gone in for 1, but it's usually 3 or 4. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I'm in that. I'm
buzz in 3, 4 here. Yeah.
What's crazy
we're out
to
of
me
toilet paper.
is
I
when
need
you
hamburger.
That makes sense.
The family Swag's talking about and their cart, there's so much stuff in their cart. The kids are now walking.
They were in the cart, now they're out of the cart.
And the cart is a foot above the top of the cart.
Like this thing's
and
gonna
I'm
fall
like,
over.
where are you storing your food?
Yeah, don't get behind that person in line. That's going to take 45
How
minutes.
many fridges do you have? Yeah. How fat are you when you eat to need this much food at this time? I can tell when people have restaurants and businesses when they're purchasing.
Well, they're usually got the flatbeds.
Exactly. It's the carts with like 3 kids. And I'm like looking at the amount of items, and how?
It's a lot going on.
How?
It's a lot going on there, man.
What do you do? How many
like
things?
4
do you
boxes of
freeze in?
Otter Pops.
It's crazy.
How many freezers do you have, man?
It's like 4 boxes of cereal that have 2 bags in them each. I'm like,
that's my biggest problem with
need this.
Costco is one, we got a small house. There's not a lot of storage space, but also I don't need that much of that food usually. Like that's the hard part about Costco. There's certainly great arguments to be made of buying certain things in bulk that I can handle. But for the most part, it's like if I get a thing of peanut, I don't need 7 peanut butters, man.
It's usually fresh things. It's meat.
Meat and seafood, without a doubt. Always a great argument.
Certain vegetables.
Well, I need
that we
toilet
go through
paper
life.
today.
Toilet
paper towels.
You're going to buy in bulk. I totally get that.
That makes sense.
But a lot of the food items, I'm just like, I don't need 14 bags of Cheerios, man. That's too many Cheerios.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a year and a half to get through this.
I'm with you on that.
That's too much going on.
I still think Swag's being a little too much. People don't have game plans for Costco, but I also hear your frustration. It's get out of the way.
You should have a plan would be my argument, and people just, and this is just a more societal rant. You just need to be aware, and we have a problem with people not being
Spatial
aware
awareness is bad.
of who's around you, where are you standing, where did you stop. If you want to stop and take inventory and get your list out, just move over to the side.
Go to a side aisle.
Slide on
a lot
over.
of these people would be bad in an NFL pocket.
They'd be
have
horrible.
No presence.
No
and spatial
presence or
awareness.
You're getting
awareness.
blindsided the entire game.
Not even close.
Last one here, and then we'll go on to some college football stuff in a moment. Does it tell you that the jerseys are bad if they send the star player out to defend them?
And stop hating on the jerseys, guys. I don't know if you guys are hating. I don't know. I don't see anything, but they're great. I honestly like. Speaking of new, right? It's a new look. It is. I understand that, but we gotta be new, and I think these jerseys kind of are symbolic of that. And I'm excited to wear them. I really we had a lot of people that put in a lot of hard work for these jerseys, and
what
Really?
It symbolizes a lot of newness, and that I am excited about.
You like it better than last year's all white, which I thought was good.
We didn't win in the all white, so absolutely.
If you send the star quarterback out to defend your new jerseys, does that mean your jerseys are ass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Means the reaction was so loud.
He had to choke that one down.
The bill.
That didn't go down smoothly.
You had to do what?
Weird phrasing there. What I would say, so yesterday, this gal just offhandedly says, I'd love to be the person that makes the colors for Toyota. Like,
huh? What?
Because, like, the names of these colors these cars have now.
Oh, dude, colors are ridiculous.
Tandari.
Yeah.
Like, what's Tandari?
All of it's just made up.
No.
It's all made up, right?
It's a shade of green is what it is.
No offense. The people that went in and made hard work to make that jersey, I got an idea. Let's go all dark gray.
It's never been done before.
Done.
With red numbers.
I got a tea time. Done.
And a weird horn on the back, not on the side of the jersey. All right, done deal. Our work here is done. Josh Allen out defending the new Buffalo Bills jerseys.
Pulling your cart versus pushing. That's
a bold move, Cotton.
I've done it, but I'm more consistent. The Costco carts I'm finding, by the way, more and more. Maybe this is my clothes. I'm getting shocked. I get electric shock.
Expired.
You ever have that?
Yeah.
Like when you go on a slide back in the day and you get shocked by it? I've been having that on the Costco cart.
Ooh.
What that is.
I don't know.
I like a good shock.
They should be grounded
Makes me
because
feel alive.
the little wheels are rubber or something.
I mean, maybe I'm just electric.
You're just on fire over there, dude.
I'm just, yeah.
You got a current going through you.
You're damn right I do.
You choke one of those
I
down?
don't need no blue pill.
Talk about the enthusiasm of one place. Are we doing it a little too soon? We'll get to that next. 105.1 FM The Fan. Before we get to the hype and the optimism around one individual, how about a little update out of the National Football League? Coming out this morning on SportsCenter, they got a one-on-one interview with the one and only Baker Mayfield. This is Jeremy Fowler at ESPN.
Oh.
And he said that Baker Mayfield told him the Bucs offered him a 2-year deal, which is probably the most disappointing. He wants a long-term commitment from them. He also added that they are pretty far away from the $50 million a year club, which he wants to enter.
So he wants them.
This is over. This is the last year that Baker Mayfield will be playing in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and
he says he feels disrespected.
I think he's totally fair to feel that way because once Brady left, I don't think anybody had any hope about what Tampa was. But
no, he kind of revitalized things for them. I mean, that was a scrap heap. See what we got here, and he ended up being really good for him.
Riddle me this, Batman.
What do you got?
What team, assuming he stays healthy and has what he's basically been doing in Tampa,
28 touchdowns, 10 picks, 3,000 yards.
What team picks him up? Because I will actually defend Tampa here. I said it yesterday, I say it again. This is about what I would be doing. A 2-year, $40 million a year.
So this would be a
contract.
year from now. Can I throw some teams at you, some candidates at you?
Oh, yeah, this is definitely a peekaboo, and hey, certain situations didn't work out.
Aaron Rodgers last year in Pittsburgh?
Very good one.
They don't have they do, but I don't know if they like their young quarterback.
Will Howard?
Let's say middle school-looking C.J. Stroud has another butt year for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Philly?
I have a hard time seeing Philly. I think Hurts has to have a real disaster class-like year.
That's fair. Outside of that, I mean, unless you're going to a bad team, which I don't know he would want to do, but maybe the payday is all that matters to him. Like Miami might want a quarterback, Arizona might want a quarterback. Like if that's right, you want to go.
Miami and Arizona are teams that are probably going to be in positions to draft if we're betting.
Tend to agree with you. So outside of that, I mean, Indy. What's the Daniel Jones contract situation again? Did they give him an extension? Do you remember that off the top of your head?
I think they did.
Did they give him a long-term deal?
Yeah,
or at least
my memory serves. I thought they'd signed an extension with him.
He signed a 2-year, $88 million extension. You are correct.
I think we were surprised because he had just popped his Achilles.
He looked so good early in the year, and then he popped the Achilles.
Well, is there any chance of a reunion in the ATL Shouty?
I don't know what the relationship is. It did not seem like it ended very well.
Seemed like they were on bad
He
terms,
seems like the kind of guy that's going to hold a grudge like that and take it seriously.
Yeah, but also is sports, dude. Yeah, it's about who's going to give me my shot.
The one that makes the most sense to me that I would actually root for, because there's like a fit there. There's a toughness and a grittiness, to use dumb cliches. Pittsburgh is the one that I would root for. Him back in the same division as the team that dumped him in Cleveland originally.
Yeah.
They have talent. They have good wide receivers. Like, there's pieces to work with there. Now, do you want to pay him $50 million if you're Pittsburgh? I don't know what the answer to that question is. But of all the teams that he could go to a year from now, Pittsburgh would be the one that I would root for the most.
That's Cincinnati.
They trade Joe Burrow.
I don't know if they want to, but...
Where's that Joe Burrow go with?
Season don't go well. Is Joe Burrow just going to keep rolling it over?
Talk about what it would take to get Joe Burrow in a trade. Oh, my God. Every draft pick in the future of your franchise for the rest of existence. A lot of momentum around this guy, and he made his debut at Big Ten Media Days yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I'm going to ask a question, and then I want to play the audio, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. Lot of buzz on Bob Chesney. By the way, good-looking cat, man. Good looking, clean cut, tan. Just he was looking fresh yesterday at Big Ten Media Days.
He was very impressive at James Madison, taking over for an absolute legend.
I want to ask how much of this has to do with how much of the optimism around Bob Chesney at UCLA has to do with what Curt Cignetti did. Before we answer that, here is Chesney on Everything is Aligned in Los Angeles.
You know, when I got to my initial press conference, a big part of it was we talked about having to re-engage this community, how to re-engage these high school coaches, how to make sure that we opened up to our alumni, how to make sure that we allowed the press, the local press, into practices, you know, and every one of the things along the way that we talked about doing in that press conference up to this point in time, we have lived out. And I'd also like to say that as within the administration here at UCLA, you know, just the commitment that they said they would have to this program, they've also lived out. And when you put those two things together, one of the words and things that I think lead to the most amount of success is this word alignment. And when you have that within your athletic department, from the chancellor all the way down, you have a chance to be really good. And I believe that is what is going to happen here in our very near future. But to do that and to do what you said you were going to do also develops trust and builds trust. And that's really important that we're able to do that, in the short period of time we've been together.
It is unique because there is a ton of momentum and buzz around this cat. And you hear answers, you watch his press conferences, and you're like, man, I get it. He's sharp. He's well-spoken. He had great success at James Madison. It was a thought in the back of my head where they might be aligned. I gave you the story yesterday about all the dollars that are flowing in the offseason. It was a $40-something million, which is, an 80% increase at what it had been over the last couple of years. There's a lot of buzz that here comes UCLA, and I just was thinking how much of that has to do with, whether it's fair or not to Chesney, what Curt Cignetti did from James Madison. Not that you're expecting Chesney to win a title in 2 years at UCLA. If he wins a title, and by the way, in 2 years at UCLA, I will fully acknowledge that the model of recruiting and going through lumps and star rankings, that it is completely broken. For now, Cignetti's the outlier. If Chesney does it in 2 years at UCLA, go hire the next James Madison coach or something in the water down there.
Well, yeah, credit to them if he ends up hitting, right?
Dude,
like, holy crap.
Oh, my God. Go hire that. I want to fire Dan Lanning and go hire whoever James Madison coaches at that point. How much of it for you, if you're in on Chesney, has to do with Cignetti and the place he came from?
To say nothing would be, I think, dishonest. I think it's an element of, what did we say about DeBoer taking over at Alabama? You never want to be the guy to replace
Tough
the legend,
to fill those
right? You want
shoes.
to be the guy after the guy. You could make the very same case at even a JMU. You could say, well, who cares about JMU? Well, JMU fans cared about JMU, and so did the administration. And they didn't want to go from what Cignetti had established to, suddenly we're completely irrelevant on our level. He came in there and he took them to the playoff. And, I think Oregon had a slight foot on the gas, but didn't really care because knew they'd win and he had bigger fish to fry.
It's a pretty irrelevant game, yeah.
But they still came in there and played pretty well.
They absolutely did.
Overperformed expectation, and some Duck fans are freaking out about it and maybe felt vindicated by the Indiana game. I don't know, but
yeah.
I think a combination of that stuff, plus the age, the
He's
prowess,
a young cat, yeah.
The recruiting ability, saying that you're in on Chesney and UCLA and that being a good hire, felt like a good opinion to have about 3 weeks ago, and now everybody seemingly in the sport.
That's my fear of it seems like it's too hot right now. I want to back away from the table. By the way, you would guess how old Bob Chesney is?
By the look of him, I would say he's 38.
38, Swag?
I want to say he's actually closer to 50.
He's 48 years old.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's kind of a surprise.
Looks great.
Because I just said he's younger, and then I was like, how old is he? And I Googled him.
Yeah.
He's like,
well, I saw him yesterday. I watched the speech.
He looks like he's 32. Looking great for his age.
He sounds like he's 32.
Yeah.
He's acting like he's 32.
Right.
He coached for 20 years at UCLA.
Like, to your point, I just pulled up the UCLA page because I wanted to remember their first game, and I'm going to bring that up in a second. But the first video that pops up is Roddy Jones, bet against UCLA at your own peril. I'm not going to. It's just everything I'm reading is like, this guy's going to save UCLA football. He might. Just a thought I had yesterday. Their opening game, dare I throw at you, kind of a fun Pac-12 after dark, RIP.
Cal.
They open at Cal.
I know. I'm
That's
excited
kind of
about
like
that.
under the rate, like
I don't
UCLA
know what Lapoy's
buzz.
going to be.
Lapoy, you got the quarterback back at UCLA.
Jaron, whatever.
And at Cal.
Yep.
Like, sign me up, dude.
Nico's the underrated element of this, and I heard him say basically Chesney and who he is and what he's about made this a no-brain decision to not even look.
Yeah.
Huge thing to have at your arsenal is the new coach of a program you're trying to turn around as a coach or as a quarterback of that talent. I don't know what his upper ceiling is, but we know he is a playoff-worthy type quarterback.
Yes, he is.
You just got to tap into the right stuff. How nervous is Lincoln Riley?
He shouldn't be. You're at USC. But, yeah, if you start grabbing L.A. kids and you start out recruiting them a little bit, I don't know if that's I think their class right now, their classes are somewhat similar for 2027. So I don't know where they'll both end up.
They're kind of throwing some money around at UCLA, so the portal's going
to your point, UCLA has seemingly been irrelevant his entire tenure at USC. They haven't even beaten UCLA every time they played them. I think Chip might have got him one time, if I'm not wrong, early in his tenure.
I do remember a year it was disappointing.
I think Chip randomly, like maybe with DTR, he beat him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like that's a thing that USC has benefited from for a long time. They have been dormant, UCLA has. Maybe Bob Chesney wakes him up. A lot of noise down in Westwood right now. Let's get to the Magic Hat. That's where we start the final hour next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits. Big bets. big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Susak to left, and deep, and gone. Susak didn't have any home runs in his life in the major leagues until today. He's got 2.
There is Daniel Susak's second home run of the game.
Was he a Beaver too, or just Andrew the Beaver?
Just Andrew.
I think just Andrew.
He's the younger brother.
Are they related?
Yes. That I screwed up earlier. This one I'm not, because there was a hilarious moment when he made his debut. It was when I was still watching Giants games because they weren't 800 games below 500.
1-4 the last 6.
Here we go. Epic comeback starts right now. He got a hit, and Andrew Susak got killed online. Go find the video. He's holding like a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old kid in his arms, and his brother gets the first big league hit, and he starts jumping. He's like shaking the kid like a rag doll. The kid's like screaming and crying, and it went viral. So I do know that they are brothers.
And Bear Gatlin's dad is who?
we haven't figured that one out yet.
You're still noodling
not
on that
Not
one?
Brandon Bear. It's not Brandon Bear, but they got the same last name. They gotta be related.
Well, 16 runs in 4 of their last 6 games have been wins. Who's laying wood? The San Francisco Giants. Maybe Dirt needs to watch again.
Suck it, Brewers.
Laying Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. They have custom cutting, delivery, and special orders. Check them out. Great customer service at Southeast Stark Street, a community staple, and online, mrplywoodinc.com.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, day 3 of Big Ten Football Media Days about to start in Chicago. Anticipation to see Kyle Whittingham now running the Michigan program. Jed Fish from Washington, and the morning press conferences will end with national champion Curt Cignetti of Indiana. Coverage beginning in a half hour on the Big Ten Network. Injuries continue to rack up just days into NFL training camp. Serious one in Cincinnati. Their 2025 first-round pick defensive end Shamar Stewart carted off the practice field Wednesday with a left leg injury. Was seen later on crutches in a protective brace on that leg. Portland Timbers have announced the signing of Dutch forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer after the last 4 seasons he played for Royal Antwerp FC. Timbers back in action this Saturday, hosting the Seattle Sounders at Providence Park. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Thursdays are off to a great start. We'll take a little peekaboo at day 3 of Big Ten Media Days, the final 6, right? This is it. 6 more coaches to go, and I think it's all wrapped up today in Chicago.
Jed Fish and the SIG.
We get fish sticks. We get the SIG today. It's going to be a big day. Day
Who else
3.
is left?
I actually
Kyle
have
Whittingham.
Kyle
Loxley.
Whittingham. I have it right here in front of me.
Loxley.
We're all dying to hear from Mike Loxley.
Who is clearly going to get fired this
Matt
year.
Rule.
Matt Rule, Nebraska kicking things off, and David Braun at Northwestern.
Weird that Nebraska of all the teams, and I know it's all dumb guys. Stanford, ACC. Something weirdly sticks out for me about Nebraska Big Ten. I cannot get it out of my brain.
Have you seen their new uniforms?
Nebraska?
Yeah.
No, they're not doing new uniforms.
They're doing new uniforms. Let me tell you.
I mean, they haven't been winning in their current ones.
That is true. To the Josh Allen point, you might as well shake it up.
A little bit.
It's like Adidas, I love your golf gear. What are we doing? It looked like they just inserted it into like an AI prompt of like, give me the most generic recreated 2026 jersey that you could find. And it's not a good look. I'll just tell you that much. So we'll get to that at some point here in the final. It is Magic Hat time, though, ladies and gentlemen. We always look forward to the Magic Hat. Every single week, we get ready, and now it is here, and we are ready to Magic Hat. The way it works is we put a prompt into the hat. Jason Swigard pulls that prompt out of the hat, reads it off. We tell you whose story it is, and we tell you what the story is. What is up first?
Good night, sweet prince.
Okay, it's a great place to start. Look, there's a little bit of news that goes in the face of this, but we're not going to let news get in the way of a good time because I don't think it's going to mean much in the end run of things.
Okay.
There was a report that came out last night that Liv feels like they have found $250 million in funding to keep their season going, which their purses, prize pools per tournament, are like $50 million. So I don't know how long you're going to be able to survive for $250. Not to mention the fact that you have all these lawsuits hanging over your head. But it came out earlier this week that their team championship event was going to be canceled at the end of the year. And I also believe the state of Louisiana and the city of New Orleans are both suing them because they canceled their event in New Orleans and they did not pay the state and the city government officials back their money. And I bring this up is because these are two people who are very respected in the broadcasting industry. These are two people who are iconic for their different ventures that they have done. David Faraday is one of my favorite voices all time in golf.
Oh, it's sad that we've lost
all
him.
time, dude.
Liver.
Arlo White, who is their play-by-play guy, huge in European soccer, if I'm not wrong.
He was the lead guy for NBC.
Wait, Arlo White is on Live?
He's their play-by-play guy.
That's where he
He's the guy in
went. That's
Lasso.
why he's not on soccer anymore.
Because he's doing Live Golf.
They went to Live Golf, and they went into broadcasting exile.
So this came from a couple of months back. The initial reports of the Saudis pulling their funding.
Yeah,
and
this is when all the news started breaking,
right?
and the tour was going to be canceled and blah, blah, blah.
This was their first event after that. Now, keep in mind all the news that I just gave you about shutdown events and lawsuits and Saudi pulling all of their money, and now they're desperate for any sort of life injection that they can get in cash. Here is Arlo White and David Faraday opening the broadcast.
David, first of all, delighted to report that reports of the imminent demise of the Live Golf League were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. I've had a good chat with Live CEO Scott O'Neill in the last hour. He was very confident about the future, very bullish about the future of the Live Golf League, and we'll bring you that interview very soon during the show. David, what have you made of another week of noise this week?
Wow, it has been amazing, Arlo, for sure. I've been in the professional game for 50 years now, and I don't think I've ever had 2 or 3 days where there was more absolute nonsense, spread out. And there are still some writers and broadcasters that take pride in their work, but this generation has spawned, a bunch of fast typists, that consider themselves to be experts, and evidently they're not.
Yeah, it must be exhausting trying to will the Live Golf League out of existence. Take a day off, everybody. Enjoy the golf.
That was the open of their broadcast about 2 months ago, and now they have canceled their team event to end the season. And look, it's going to die. We all know it's going to die. You can try and inject $200 million. Why would anybody invest in it? I don't know. The best players are going to leave that tour because the paychecks won't be the same. Their paychecks were probably nice. Arlo White and David Faraday. I don't know what their future would be if the league folds in broadcasting. Would one go back to soccer? Would one be welcomed back by the PGA Tour and the Golf Channel? I don't know the answer to that. Man, is that stuff nasty.
First of all, I didn't know Arlo went over there.
He's the Live play-by. Well, nobody watches Live Golf. That's why you didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
They have 192 viewers on the CW at 3 o'clock in the morning in Thailand.
But when it dies, are those two guys going to be welcome back?
I don't know. It's one of the bigger questions about all of this ending. Who's welcome back and who's not? I certainly love David Faraday. I think that's a ridiculous look, basically going the Trump fake news route when none of it was fake news. The Saudis pulled their funding. It all ended up being true, and you're acting as if this is some, this isn't real, modern social media nonsense. He's incredibly entertaining. I miss having his voice on the PGA Tour, the league that people actually watch.
His interviews were always good.
They're great, dude. His show is fantastic, man. I love Faraday's show, and so I don't know. It's a fascinating question in the months to come of if you're running the PGA Tour, who's welcome back and who's not?
Well, if you're going to welcome golfers back, I think you should.
They're not going to welcome them all back, though.
Not
That's
all
the thing.
of them, but
would you welcome Phil Mickelson back?
Well, I don't think anybody's welcoming him back.
Time will settle that. Like, we all know that. Tiger's had some controversies.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either.
But I could see in 5 years, some moment, and they're like, Phil, can you come back and do this? And he does. Right. And we go, Phil Mickelson, look at that.
They're trying to carve it out as if, major champions might have a pathway, but non-major champions won't. And this extends all the way to broadcasters. I was reminded of that with some of the news this week, and I remembered that clip, and that was a really bad look for a couple of professional broadcasters just reading the Saudi talking points.
What you get.
What you get. You guys ready for this one?
I'm ready for this one.
So there's a interesting story. Americans reveal what they do and do not want in inheritance from family.
Oh.
So a statue of Abraham, it starts off with this, a statue of Abraham Lincoln, a butter knife made of solid gold, and a talking fish. These are some of the things Americans say they've inherited from a loved one. A new survey of 1,200 U.S. respondents conducted by a research firm on behalf of 1-800-GOT-JUNK asked people to name the most interesting possessions passed down and saw Roman artifacts, a jacket from a well-known 70s country music outlaw, and a giant garage-sized painting of a dog named. One respondent said they received a bale of cotton signed by John Wayne, and then they proceeded to talk about things they didn't want.
A bale of cotton?
So a majority, 51% of Americans, would rather inherit a few select items from a loved one rather than everything that they own. Nearly half of Americans surveyed, 49%, say they'd actually rather inherit nothing at all than have to deal with a relative's belongings. And I just want to start off because we're all going to say things in this segment that absolutely are a little offensive. The day my mom passes, I want 99.99% of that stuff not with me. Goodbye.
Send it to another kid or just throw it away?
Out of here.
Dumpster.
Not kid. What am I going to put that on my kid for? I don't want
No. I meant like a sibling of yours. Like have a sibling deal with
I
it.
have
instead
3
of
other
you.
siblings.
Yeah.
If they want to go through the junk
By all
and
means, do it.
you by all means do it.
Yeah.
But my mom has so much stuff. I want nothing to do with any of it. Where are you guys at inheriting from your folks?
I dread this idea because I'm really bad with my mom recently gave me a bunch of like bins of childhood stuff of mine, not recently, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And the wife got to a point where it was like, this stuff's like, this is taking up space in the garage.
It's a burden.
I didn't want to go
It's an
through
absolute
it because
burden.
it's also like, it's my childhood. So it's like, it feels weird. And I ended up going through it. I ended up throwing a lot of it away because it's stuff that I don't need. And the feeling that I had throwing it away was a very strange one.
Like guilt and shame mixed with,
Yes.
I need to do this?
Yes. And I didn't know how to feel. I felt like I'm throwing away my life.
Exactly.
In 20 years, am I going to wish that I held on to this stuff, that I had this random email or a piece of art, whatever it was, right, going through it? I dread this idea of having to do that because my parents have a lot of stuff. What's keepable, what's not? What do you hold on to for nostalgia purposes? What do you not hold on to? Are you just going to take it to a dumpster and throw it away? Their life's belongings? I dread this. I know.
They're dead.
I know.
Their
I know.
life's done, so should the stuff.
I get it. You're not wrong. It's 100% valid point. There's a weird guilty feeling internally of like I'm throwing away their stuff, and it's I don't know. I dread this day. I have not thought much about it yet.
Swag, you encountered a real scary situation where you thought you
Yeah.
might
I did.
be dealing with this kind of situation.
Well, fortunately, when my dad did the trailer, when he was hauling the fifth wheel, he had to downsize significantly.
So he got rid of a lot of stuff.
So he got rid of a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have much. My mom and stepdad, they're still in the same house. There's a fair amount of stuff. So
and you live in a condo. It's not like you got this.
You don't
I
have
don't,
room
I don't
for
have
kidding.
for
no.
You don't have
storage.
room.
And when I went there when I was by myself, I pared it down. There's maybe 2 boxes of stuff that's like from youth growing up. So I don't have that much extra. I mean, there's a ton of crap and we need to have a purge of just junk
in general. Yeah.
But in terms of like stuff from my childhood or growing up or keepsakes or whatever, I don't have very much there.
45% of Americans polled feel they are running out of space in their home, and it's leading to incredible frustration.
Yeah.
The majority of respondents, over 65%, say they're frustrated by how their stuff is organized, at least weekly or more. Hand up on that
Oh, yeah.
one.
We're
And
all lazy when it comes to
over
that.
half are frustrated by their belongings not being organized in some way multiple times a week, and 1 in 4 say it's a daily grievance.
I'm really glad in this case to have the brother that I have too, because I know there are cases out there where this gets really, for lack of a better phrase, ugly, and you get like vultures circling as siblings of like, ooh, I've been waiting for that.
Yeah.
And then you go through and you start picking stuff off. Like like we're also in mourning. I'm very thankful to have the brother I have in that case, because neither of us will want to do it. We'll want to throw anything away. We'll fight over anything. And it will be more of an emotional time than a moment to capitalize.
No, my brother and I are the same way. We'll
Yeah.
be like, and there's a few things that I think my mom has designated.
Yeah, put it in the will. Who do you want to have?
And after that,
settle the debate.
After that, then it's just stuff.
Right, then it's
is
selling
this
stuff
useful
off
to
if
you?
need to,
Other than
yeah.
that, it's like, what do we do with all their clothes? Do we do an estate sale? Do we give it to Goodwill? What do
Right.
we? All that sort of stuff. So
That's a tough question. Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's sad that they lose a parent, and then you're like, damn you.
Now
Why
I
did you
have to
all
deal
this
with
stuff?
all of this.
Dude,
it's more the non-valuable stuff like the photos,
Yes.
and that sort
Well,
of
that's
stuff.
what the majority of the poll respondents said is that's the stuff they
The valuable stuff
They want
is
the
easy. If
sentimental
somebody
stuff,
wants it, take it. If not, if
there's a house,
value,
a
sell
car,
it.
yeah, that makes sense.
When my uncle passed away 14 years ago, we had to go through his stuff, and I only helped a little bit. There were sheds and storage facility, packed to the gills with rusted motor parts. And it was just like...
At least that's easy to make the call throwing away, but then you got to deal with it.
I know, but it's like, where do you even begin? Because you got to go through it, because the other thing is the organization part.
Right.
Maybe there's really valuable documents at the bottom of this box with...
Could be a Wilt Chamberlain starter's jacket in there somewhere.
They got some original stock certificate to something,
right,
buried in there, whatever. Okay, stick it to the man.
This is a good one. Talk about sticking it to the man. We all love that. We are horrible. Well, I shouldn't say we. I speak for myself. I'm a terrible sports gambler. Can't wait for Sprague in the line to be back. It's almost that time of year. It's right around the corner. May I introduce to you a news story and a guy who I think we should all get behind? This is a 24-year-old in Chicago. His name is Thomas McPeak. And he did something, and they're not letting him get away with it.
These are the winners. I'm holding, theoretically, or what should be $800,000 in my hand.
We meet 24-year-old Thomas McPeak in the home he shares with his parents. An area in their house is a shrine to their favorite teams.
You researched, you've read every single one of these books.
Yeah, this was a calculated attack, I guess you could say, where I thought I had an edge.
This refers to stacks and stacks of sports bets placed last year. Complicated wagers on football called parlays, where several events all have to happen to win.
Called parlays.
I think that parlay might have to be a drop. That's pretty good. Parlays. Every time we do Sprague in the line, that needs to be a drop.
AI.
So this guy, Thomas McPeak, he's 24 years old, living with his parents, right? Like, what am I going to do in life? Who's not at the age of 24? And
I would think real estate in Chicago might be
a little expensive. Well, he might have been able to afford some real estate, and now the sports books are telling him no. He spent months reading sports betting publications, studying parlay structures.
Okay.
And he, how bets are, multiple events, they all got a cash right. He identified what he believed was a consistent edge. Now, he's not saying what this edge, he's not
I wouldn't either.
Releasing his information on what his edge was, but he said, I think I found an edge. He found the way that odds are priced in a certain way that will give a sharp bettor an advantage. So in 2024, he walked into the Horseshoe Casino in Hammond, Indiana, with roughly $30,000 on him, placed hundreds of small bets at different kiosks around the course of the week. He made $350,000.
Damn.
He then went to the some casino in Iowa with $400 and won another $450,000.
What?
Did the same thing, walking around placing small bets at different kiosks to not draw attention. His total winnings across two different casinos was over $800,000. When he returned to the Horseshoe to collect in 2024, his winning tickets were voided. And Caesars is saying that he had violated house rules by coordinating bets across state lines because he went to one casino in Indiana and one casino in Iowa, and that he structured them by small wage amounts. They refunded his $50,000 stake, and they kept the rest, and he is now taking them to court. He filed a lawsuit in 2025 in Nevada, and they are filing a motion to try and dismiss it. I don't believe that's happened yet. Now he's going to the news to try and get the word out there. He won $800,000 on parlays, and they're saying because he coordinated across state lines and gamed the system, we're not going to pay you
What
out.
is the argument that he did here that's illegal?
That's
he didn't
the
coordinate
curious
with who,
part.
himself at a kiosk?
Right. I don't get it. I don't get how they're getting away with this
case, right?
I would think so.
Also, $800,000 to you is what?
At Caesars, what was the profit of Caesars last year?
I don't even want to begin to know. It starts with a B. It starts with a B. Okay, it starts with a B. Give this 24-year-old whiz kid his $800,000.
I mean, it's just
this will be an curious case to follow. Because this would be
I would be irate.
Something.
Imagine if you came up with something, you're
if
like, dude,
I went to
got
A
it.
and won something, and then I went to Spirit Mountain and won something.
I also was like,
I'd be like, wait, you're saying
excuse me? What?
What?
You can't pay me? Can you teach me? What is it? What was the game? What did you do?
Yeah, I don't know.
What'd you come up with?
He clearly hit on the right.
Clearly, he figured something out.
Yeah.
Now, you have to have a high volume of money in order to make, you'd be about $5 parlays.
Now,
you're getting
he's probably
$20.
putting 10
So he went into the
Exactly.
first casino with $35K. I don't know if his parents, I don't know where that original down payment came from.
Who knows?
But he turned it into $400,000. Show back up. Hey, mom and dad, $35K to $350. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the casino
Pay
might
the man
have
his money.
said, hey, if this guy had come to the window with $30K for one parlay, now is he doing the same parlays on a whole bunch? This will be a very interesting case. I actually hope it goes to trial because I would like to see a ruling on this. Does the casino get out of it saying, hey, if he came to the window with $30,000 for one parlay, we would have because they always have
Paid
the
it
choice
out, yeah.
not to take the action. They
Right,
said, no,
it's too
that's
big of a
That's
wager."
too big of a wager for us. We'll take 5,000, but we don't want any more
It's
risk
just like,
than that.
To me, it's a fundamental. It's one thing to find somebody scheming with multiple people and entities.
Counting cards.
It's another
Yeah.
for a 24-year-old by himself at a kiosk because he did research.
No, I know.
You're what? You're fighting him over $800K. It's nothing to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead, you should turn this into a marketing campaign. Look at this 24-year-old living in his mom's basement who made $800,000.
I can tell you right now, if I woke up on a Sunday morning and I'm opening up my DraftKings account, I'm going to do a dumb parlay and I'm going to lose my $4 bet. But I will tell you, I scroll and see the top and it says Dave Portnoy's parlay play of the day. And I'm like, never. We'll never play that.
No.
If you show this cat,
I'd bet it.
Yeah.
if he just gives a 5-pick
This
thing,
is little Stevie's bet of the day.
I might be picking little Stevie.
I think he's onto something here.
Ridiculous.
I think he's onto something there. Thomas McPeak, let's all stand with him. Stick it to the man. You deserve your money. Nice bet. It's a great text from Deal saying this is Teddy and Moses down the line having to throw away Dirt's PIL highlights. Never.
What would you think if Teddy ended up throwing away that
If there is an afterlife and I am a ghost, I will haunt you.
PIL trophy?
In fact, I'm going to put it in my will that you rotate every other week.
It donated
Just a
to Cleveland
refresher.
High School. It should be in the trophy case.
No,
How many
no.
football PIL players of the year have they had?
I mean, there's only one PIL championship in that trophy case.
Is there really?
Yeah, because I don't think they had a trophy in 1947. It's the only other one we won.
So you're probably the only Cleveland PIL player of the year.
I am the only living quarterback to ever win a PIL title at Cleveland. And somehow I'm not in the Hall of Fame. People don't forget. More Magic Hat next on the Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Son Heung-min had 2 goals for the MLS All-Stars as they get a 4-3 victory over the Liga MX Wednesday night at the All-Star game. Former Timber Evander with the game winner for the MLS.
As you guys all know, if you follow the news with a logical brain, it's not a good time for science and scientific study because, of course, we need to strip the funding from all of the important things in humanity. So one entity's come up with a brilliant idea. The Rocky Mountain Biological Laboratory has been tracking yellow-bellied marmots in and around Gothic, Colorado since 1962.
Is this a real? This all sounds fake. Is this a real place?
It's a real place,
Okay,
Gothic,
real place?
Colorado.
And what is it? The yellow belly?
The yellow-bellied marmot.
Yellow-bellied marmot.
The Marty McFly.
Got it.
According to some Biftannans.
Yellow.
They've been looking for funding. Guess what's been dried up? Because, God forbid we study anything of importance now. Let's just throw ideas at a wall and pretend that that's policy.
Not necessary.
So instead of saying, woe is us, we want to keep studying this, the Rocky Mountain Biological Laboratory has turned to the one and only OnlyFans for yellow-bellied marmot studies, and they've actually received donations.
Really?
People have signed up for the yellow-bellied marmot OnlyFans.
How about that? Yeah,
You like naked varmints?
Big naked varmint fan.
Okay.
Big naked varmint.
If you want those exclusive pics, you can go pay. Keep studying.
Does this make you feel better or worse about the day? Our city council session is about to get underway, and I'll give you a little bit more news on that in a moment. To start the Magic Hat, Mitch Green, Portland City Councilor,
big no guy,
showed up today wearing a Blazer t-shirt and a Blazer hat. Make you feel better? Make you feel worse?
Was he pulled into an alley and it forced on him by a union rep so he could get an endorsement back, or did he do it out of the goodness of his
Still
heart?
wearing a sports coat. Got to keep it classy.
All righty,
Shirt and
there's
hat.
your FUP at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
That's right, folks. A little more Magic Hat. We'll get to that in one brief moment. Before we do, a couple of quick updates for you. First off, on a story we talked about earlier, Shamar Stewart, word is out of Cincinnati that he has avoided a major injury.
Oh, my gosh.
He will be out several weeks, whatever that definition is for you, with a hyperextended knee. That's what they're saying. So his season does not appear to be over, so there's at least a bit of good news if you're a Bengals fan. And then secondarily, we have Jason Quick reporting this morning. Our city council stuff's just about to get underway.
Yes.
Here is your contingent of Blazers that has shown up. You ready for
they're
this?
there.
They are there.
Okay.
Dwayne Hankins, who we knew. That was confirmed last night. I think Orem was the first on that report. CFO Joe Loomis of the Blazers.
Okay.
Team lawyer Landis Anderson.
Okay.
Mike Wilkerson of Echo Northwest. What is that? I don't know. Team spokesperson Charles Boyle. Hello, Mr. Boyle.
Yep.
And also Zandria Conyers, also a team spokesperson, and chief legal. Oh no, Zandria Conyers is the chief legal counsel for the Blazers.
Okay,
so that is who is showing up.
So Echo might be maybe somebody that's done some design work for the Blazers.
Show them the ideas.
Let me see what I can find with
ideas.
Echo Northwest is.
Okay.
I'll see what I can look
fine.
at. That seems like a decent contingent, though, does it not?
It does. I'm fascinated by it.
Echo Northwest says impact through insight. Complexity made
They're
clear.
either a consultant or a designer or something.
It's probably in design conversation, right? Like they're not showing up today without the idea they're going to talk about the renovation. So
yeah.
You want somebody there to be able to talk about it.
Yeah. It sounds like a consultant.
Okay.
Okay. So that's you there.
Cheater?
Yes. Boy, this is a very interesting thing to admit out loud. Kim Kardashian.
Oh.
Everybody's favorite.
More of a Courtney guy.
She did an interview where they do these actor on actresses interviews, and I don't know what she was doing it for, but it was one of the magazines.
Okay.
And she's being asked by Tiana Taylor, who is an actress / musical performer.
Okay.
She is asked about ChatGPT. Now, famously, Kim K's been trying to do what for the last handful of years?
She's trying to become a lawyer.
She's trying to become a lawyer.
Yes.
And I want you to listen to Kim Kardashian, who has failed, I think, the bar exam like 5 times at this point.
I think she literally gave up, didn't she? Wasn't the last one
I don't know
it?
if she has given up.
Okay.
Maybe she has, maybe she hasn't.
Did she go to law school?
Online.
Online law school, yeah. She had tutors, and she just kept failing the bar exam.
It's called the University of Phoenix.
Right. Anyways, she's asked something, and she kind of admits something out loud about the way she goes about doing things as a student trying to be a lawyer.
Do you consider ChatGPT to be your friend?
No. I use it for legal advice. So when I am needing to know the answer to a question, I'll take a picture and snap it and like put it in there.
So you're cheating?
They're always wrong. It has made me fail tests.
Are you serious?
All the time. And then I'll get mad and I'll like yell at it and be like, you made me fail. Why did you do this?
So technically,
and it will
you do
talk
consider
back
it a
to
friend?
me. Yeah.
So you consider it a friend? It's just...
No, I don't consider it a friend.
So she's a friend of me?
Yes, a friend of me. But then I will talk to it and say, hey, you're gonna make me fail. How does like that make you feel? That you need to really know these answers. I'm coming to you. Right. And then it'll say back to me, this is just teaching you to trust your own instincts. You knew the answer all along.
Kim Kardashian's worth $4 billion.
I love the idea that she can have anything she wants in life, except for something it takes actual work for. You can't sex tape your way to a law degree. No. And she's failed. And she can't buy. They're not going to give that away for a price. You got to pass the bar.
Can't buy your way in.
Can't buy your way in.
Influence
First of all,
your way
you
in.
just admit out loud that you cheat on your law exams is wild.
I put
to me.
legal prompts into it.
Second thing is, I loved the admission there of.
Well,
and then I try to make it feel bad. Like, you gave me the wrong answer.
Yeah,
you feel
like
good about that?
Damn you, robots.
That's a real...
Damn you.
Now, would you hire her?
No. Not for legal.
Am I a lawyer? Like, do I need a lawyer, or am I a lawyer running a firm?
You need a lawyer.
No.
Yeah. How? Follow up.
We know why you're hiring her then.
Exactly. How serious are my charges? What am I on trial for?
High misdemeanor, maybe borderline felony.
Like, did I?
Not for felony defense.
Not a felony, no.
Not for a felony.
Misdemeanor?
No.
Yeah, what the hell?
Trespassing, Kim K. Kim K.
I think we just heard this one, but this is yours. End of society?
Dude, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. The synergy is
just heard this.
The synergy is just, we're flowing today, boys. We are flowing today. How about this? So Kim Kardashian can't pass the bar because AI is leading her astray.
Yeah.
Dare I take us to Canada? Do you want to go to our great friends up north? I would like to introduce to you a man by the name of Bill Oliver. And this is at the New Brunswick Legislative Assembly in June, okay?
All right.
I'm going to play this for you, and I want to hear if you can catch it. This is him speaking in front of the other, like the House floor or whatever they call it, New Brunswick. This is him speaking to the other politicians on a policy. See if you can catch it.
One of the dangers associated with creating advocacy offices is that citizens often develop that exceed the powers actually granted to those offices. Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points. Madam Speaker, one of my concerns with this legislation is the potential gap between what New Brunswickers may reasonably expect this office to accomplish and what the office will actually have the authority to do.
He put the prompt into ChatGPT and forgot to delete the part that was the prompt.
Because he didn't create the prompt and he didn't even read it.
You see this guy and you're just like...
Some staffer just got fired.
I mean, I would argue this guy should be fired, man. Like, what are we doing here? And it reminds me of all of the olds warning us of the pitfalls of social media and technology. Exactly. And this guy's like, he looks like he's 75 years old, clinging to life in politics, putting in prompts to ChatGPT
Oliver
to make your speech in front of the New Brunswick Legislative Assembly. Just get him out of here.
I think this is the other problem. I think we've had some but some U.S. politicians get caught clearly using ChatGPT.
Oh, we absolutely have.
In some of their speeches that we haven't played. I forget who it was, but it was somebody who was giving a speech, and it was them reading the prompt part, and it was like, this doesn't make any sense.
You got to take that part up.
Sadly, man, because we don't care about the quality of human. We don't care if you've ever served any leadership role in a community. This is just popularity contest. Who's on my algorithm?
Yeah, it's back
Who
to
has
school.
a nice set of you-know-whats? Like, that's all we're doing now from an election standpoint. Because of that, you're going to get far more of this in society. This is going to get so much worse.
Yes, you will.
Before it ever gets better.
Yes, you will.
One more.
One more. What else we got in there?
FIFA for sale.
I read a whole story knowing you were going to pull that out. I knew you were going to get to it, and I find it
There's an update this morning, too.
Oh, do we have an update?
We have
Yes.
new news?
Because there was a European update yesterday.
Yeah. So the overlord of soccer in the world, FIFA president Gianni Infantino.
Absolutely scumbag human being.
President Trump's new bud
I mean,
after the World Cup.
Could not sell your soul more than that human. Well,
put
yeah.
forth
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
a proposal where they would sell a 20% stake in FIFA to a group that's led by American investor Josh Kushner and J.P. Morgan.
Josh Kushner?
Josh? I've heard that last name before.
Is he related to...
Are we related to Jared?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
I believe it's his son or son-in-law or something.
I believe it is his son. And by the way, this is the
let me look up. Let me
money-making
see.
arm of FIFA. The
Yes.
20%, it's where they make the money out of FIFA.
Yes.
We have had bad family relation things today. Let me make sure it is his dad. I don't know if it's his dad or not. It might be his brother.
How many Kushners do we got?
There's a lot of Kushners. Because his dad's name is Charles. His dad is the one that hired a hooker to sleep with his brother-in-law to keep him from testifying to the feds over a case of insider trading, and then said, if you testify against me, I will show this to my sister that you slept with a hooker because I paid for her and I filmed the entire counter. That would be Charles Kushner, the dad. Jared and Josh are brothers.
Okay.
I'm sure both pulled up by their bootstraps,
Yes.
accomplishing things on their own volition.
So the stake would be in FIFA Forward Enterprises, FFE, that would raise huge funds in exchange for influence over future World Cups. It would suppose...
But I'm now the president of everybody.
Yeah, Sepp Blatter's just laughing in his grave.
Unbelievable.
So it would trigger $80 million payouts to each of FIFA's 211 members between now and 2037. Infantino set a September 19th deadline for all associations to accept the plan. However, UEFA, which is the continental Europe soccer governing body, already had emergency meetings. They are prepared to unequivocally reject the proposal, and they have said they will boycott all world FIFA events, including
Do we buy this?
The 2027 Women's World Cup in
Wow.
Brazil next year.
Do we buy this if they'll
and
actually do it?
future. I think they will.
I think Europe
they
will,
will?
but sadly, you need an X amount of nations to agree. The world economy is a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many countries are going to just blindly accept this?
Yeah.
Now, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't happen. I can't believe this is where I say that, but like it's just crazy how it all has gotten to this point.
Every time I think about FIFA, I think they're struggling financially. That's a lot. I mean, they really need to get their budgets in order. And so
UEFA made it
can't
clear
blame the books,
in a
man.
statement, and its 55 national associations, UEFA and its national associations will not participate in FIFA competitions.
Mm.
I hope this happens and they actually do it.
The
It'd be
Women's
great.
Under-20 World Cup is scheduled to be competed in Poland this September.
So it goes from each country makes 10 million to each country now making 30 to 40, depending on the investor. Care to guess who wants to buy it? Outside of the Kushners and the J.P. Morgans?
Who else could be buying that?
You know, countries.
Anybody out there with some deep
countries,
pockets that are looking to
maybe abandon live golf and try to dive into a different sport?
They do have a lot of money available now.
You're not wrong.
I believe they're hosting the 2034
Yeah.
World
We're
Cup.
already in cahoots
I bet
with,
that's on the up and
with
up.
FIFA. You know, nothing wrong going on here. God.
There you go.
It is unbelievable to have an event that is so beloved by so many, and the Olympics is the same thing, but to be so beloved by so many people and everybody get wrapped up into this incredible display of sport.
It was a great spectacle.
While simultaneously having it be the shadiest,
so dirty,
sleaziest,
grossest,
most disgusting entity, arguably on the planet. I get just,
But I'm now the president of everybody.
There you go. There is your magic hat for this Thursday, July 30th. Thank you, everybody. Good submissions. Well done.
job.
As always, we'll give you the updates we have over the city council stuff. Wrap it up on a Thursday next on The Fan. Welcome back in. 9:48. I got Stevie Brackett's out here in the bullpen. He's jumping in with Patrick Harris. Harris is back today, so they're coming up here in about 11 minutes from now.
I think Stevie is going to be doing some fill-in stuff when you're out.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm out next. I'm heading, well, maybe to some TBD. I mean, I'm still going to be out, but where are we going? I don't know.
Have you gotten any update on that? The
Fingers
wildfires, I don't know if they've changed.
They have not really changed.
Good news on the weather report says Saturday, at least at Mount Hood, is going to be 60 and rainy. So, like, you just hope that
maybe
that's colder and wetter and
That
central
way?
to just let God get rid of the fire.
Yeah.
I also just want to say I didn't put it in the magic hat. I'm too stupid. So it sucks to be the guy asking the question when you're too stupid to actually help with it. Is anybody else shocked we don't have some kind of drone technology to go where lightning strikes and evaluate stuff?
That should be the technology and stuff that we're working on instead of sending random rockets into space for fun.
Yeah, I think somebody said we should be
Serviceable
making
things
forest
that
fires
could-
the Manhattan Project. We should
Yes.
be like the best minds
So we
coming
don't
together
burn.
to say,
how do we stop this?
Entire regions of worlds are on fire every year.
Know the moments, the threats, when they usually arise, be ready.
Well, and then
Dude, I heard a story on the news this morning that we're flying in like firefighters from Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's a long-ass
They do
flight.
this every year.
Every year we got to shuttle them in to fight our fires.
Well, what I hate about it, too, is somebody that's somewhat on the internet. It's like when you see the story of Oregon has fire, it's like, go click the comments. It's immediate. Maybe you should rake your forest.
Did we rake our forest?
First of all, the federal government stripped away
rake
wildfire funding for our state. I just hope people know that.
Well, why don't you get your rake and get out there and start raking?
Second of all,
if you care so much, why don't you grab that rake,
a
get
lot
out there,
of
and
those
get to work.
fires are from random lightning strikes in the middle of nowhere. They're not just like, oh, there's loose leaves, there's a fire.
Get your rake, get to work, all right? Come on, pick it up, put it down.
I just would have thought by this point, the technology and capability, we able to censor lightning strikes and send like random robot drones to go extinguish little trees on fire. It sucks. It's so bad what's happening over there.
I want to read a quote here from early last day of Big Ten Media Day. We'll have some stuff on that tomorrow. Matt Rule quote, "We didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-6.
Kind of have been.
That one's going to hang over your head this year. This one from P1 Tanner at the fan text line. Don't forget the Uber Rich tried the form the Super League of Soccer.
Oh, yeah, it failed miserably.
And there was enough blowback to kill that. I'm no big soccer guy, but UEFA already has their own cup that could likely compete on their own, given the teams from Europe. They just had 3 of the Final 4 in the world. So
55, I think, countries in total representing that, right, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes. No, the UEFA. So UEFA plays a World Cup type competition just with UEFA every 4 years on the opposite 2 from the World Cup.
Okay.
Good point of a bring up there. I'd also, let me just throw in, if you feel like it's going to fail because of the past events, fair to understand and feel that way. Ask yourself, why did he set a deadline till December? A lot of time to bribe a lot of people.
Gives you some momentum, right? A little bit of time.
No, it's September 19th.
September 19th.
September
sorry.
19th, okay.
But still, it's
About
like
2 months away.
Why would you not make this decision now if you felt so confident about it?
Need some more bribing time, man.
Exactly.
Our guy, Wright Gazaway, has announced that the meeting between the Blazers and the city has begun. Dwayne Hankins is the first speaker.
Oh.
I have not seen any quotes come out of it yet. I do think some of the local news channels are live. When I watched the county one, I just went to
So is this
Wright's
a
Twitter.
public work session?
It's a public works.
Oh,
now,
all right.
I don't believe here.
So Dwayne Hankins is on television right now.
I will say that I don't
What
think
channel?
there's no like public speakers in terms of like, they get the community members that come up and share their complaints. That's not happening. But yes, it is a public work session in terms of it is. If I don't know if it's on actual television, but I think KGW was streaming it. I think some of the when I watched the county one, was that last week that one went down. I watched it on the Wright Gazaway had a link and K2 was live streaming it, and that's how I saw it. So there are ways you can go watch this.
Channel 2's on a commercial right now, so I don't know.
Okay, so it is currently, you can stream it, and Wright has a link at portland.gov. You can go watch it there and stream it, and you can follow along on what's going on. So I have not seen any quotes out yet. He just reported that Dwayne Hankins was the first speaker of the day, and so we are underway. Will we get positive news out of that? Your guess is as good as mine, brother, but I'm hoping that we do end up getting some good news out of that. Let's get to